Yeah, hi. Welcome on. Yes, I do be early on that Monday. Uh, I have time today. I mean, I have time. I don't have time, but I have time. So, we here early. How's you? Good. Ask away. Ask away. Today is a learning day, so, it's a good thing. Cybersect, hi. Welcome on in. How's you? How's your day? How's everything? Here you go, hi. Welcome on in. Yes. Yes, this early. 2 hours early. 2 hours early kind of means that I can either go to sleep 2 hours early, or I can go to sleep at the same time, but we have a longer stream, which is appreciated. I think. I don't know. Probably. Still, hi, okay. I tried some things yesterday and I have questions as you stream. It's goddamn beautiful. I see. I appreciate it. Thank you. Here, good. Thanks a lot for the resub. What the fuck happened? Did we not have any alerts as things happen? Yeah. No alerts. Nothing. Thanks a lot for the resub for 26 months. That's a lot of time. Appreciate it. Welcome back. I missed the message. 1 second. It's too early for me to start streaming. So, like, how do you have fade transition from your blur screen to the regular screen? All that. Yes. Stream element, that's late. But that works. But I can't hear it. But it works. Did you hear it? It's I didn't. We have SSH though, which is like pretty secure. No sound. No sound. Also, for the side news, Stony did stream. Which is impressive. That happened this weekend. That happened. I was there, lurking. You didn't see me. You might have seen me. I don't know. I was kind of there lurking at a time. But yeah. Let me check the alerts. Bound. That's probably what happens when you have things like myself doing things like I usually do, which is doing some sort of a macOS update plus plus what? Plus probably that. That is probably the reason. That right? That seems to be the reason. Stony streamed, and now my stuff is broken, which makes a lot of sense. I have doubts in my ability to change scene now. I don't know if it will work. I feel like it won't, for reasons. So might be fully broken. I don't know. Anyways, to answer your question, long for if I'm still here and streaming and all goes well and it doesn't cut again. I have doubts. Basically what's happening is in the initial scene, like this scene, for example, we have presetted filters that are triggered when the scene becomes active, and same here. On this scene, for example, there is a set of filters that define the size of the camera, the aspect ratio, the filters that are enabled, disabled, all of that. And this is linked to each and every, god damn it, each and every like kind of scenes and linked together. So with that in mind, you should, yeah, I think now it's I think the sounds are working now. So with that, when a scene is triggered, there is a switch in these filters, if I remember correctly. Like him, hi, look on it. If I remember correctly, and again, I don't, because, you know, it's me. I think that's my face. I think we have a video specifically on that explain everything. God damn it, Dapshi, hi, look on it. I think the highlight and filter transitions are the video that I have that kind of help. I think the full OBS setup is going to give you much of the content that you're looking for. Not necessarily the best option, because this one is a Mac build. I think this one, no, this one is also with white hair. But this one is also a Mac build, so both works, you know, it's fine. It's fine. It's okay. It's gonna be okay. I have some good food. How are you, Dapshi? How's everything? How was the weekend? Okay. So with that in mind, like with these things, that's the basics, where you have Chris. Hi, look on in. Good job. Good job in under 2 hours. That makes a lot of sense to me, but congrats. At least you got it, which is pretty good. Let me show you directly if it doesn't break. I have doubts. That's the wrong button. Which, full on. One day is gonna be fine. One day is gonna be fine. So, kind of explain the things. Does that work? That works. Cool. If I'm here on this Mac scene, for example, the filters on OBS itself for the Mac scene, which apparently will not work because it's open somewhere else. God damn it. Because the stream crashed twice in a row, I'm not going to be able to show you things. I guess. Yeah, I can't. The window in question that I'm supposed to show you is somewhere on my computer, but it's nowhere in here. And I can't really find it because it's hidden by OBS itself. So that's a thing that is just annoying, and that's just a crash, an OBS crash thing. So in order for me to get it back, I need to crash OBS again to potentially have it. But they whatever, not an option. Anyways, in here you have filters. In each filters you have the ability to triggers anything that you want, basically. And so that is basically what you're going to need. So in the not that. In the video that I just shared, which is here, I guess this one, you will have basic access to things like the view of the filters and the view of the whole setup. The main important thing for me is the nested scenes, and also for the transitions, the ability to have like move transition, which is a plugin for OBS, to give you the ability to do the move that I have in most of my, well, transitions. And so, which you can see right here, if I switch scene, it switches scenes. In order, but that's like basically move transition. That's what makes the stream kind of good with these, at least for me, with these transitions. It's basically because we have move transition enabled, we have smooth transitions in between each scenes, and because we have that, we don't need things like other streamers have, which are stinger transitions or a thing that basically cover the whole view to then move to another one to have transitions and changes. So that, well, I like. But basically, move transition is the reason why we also have the ability to switch things in between this scene and this scene. This is a move transition addition or filter or move source added to every scene that I have. And basically, because it is baked inside of the scene, when the scene become active, the filters become active as well, therefore changing the aspect ratio, the filters, the effects, the blur, everything you want, the position of everything. So yeah. Yeah. Stony, that makes a lot of sense. That's a usual thing. But yeah, so that's the basis. Oh, Chris, you said that this way. My bad. Now that I read your message, it's been weird. I thought you said that you did the second round of interview in 2 hours, not that you had it in 2 hours. Brain is not there. Also, why the fuck would you have that now based on your time zone? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what time zone you're in, but goddamn. Therakan, hi, welcome in. So, yeah, if you are confused, I think the video itself, the 2 videos that I have, will help. If I need to crash this, I mean, I might need to crash the stream again just to show you, which I don't want to. But you know, that might help. Might. Just to have access to filters, but that doesn't really matter anyways. It's just there is a ton of options. There is a ton of video on YouTube that will explain to you exactly what to do, and obviously I made some, but these videos are not necessarily tutorials. They are mostly how could I say that, stream events. I mean, one of them is kind of filmed and recorded in a way that made sense. But yeah. Sorry about that. But yeah, other than that, that's the thing. That's just it's just move transitions, and then it's the filters and questions. So basically, the filter that give me the rounded corners around the camera, for example, that's finite singularity with another streamer that has made an OBS plugin for these types of shaders. Everything else, like the the effect that is on the chat, the effect that is on the shadow underneath myself, the effect that is underneath my logo as well, the effect that is here is also coming from another plugin from Finite that basically gives you pixelation, blur, mask, everything. And so, yeah, it's also like basically the glitch me is also coming from there. Let me see if I can have it. 1 second. This is coming from like Finite plugins as well. This is just a accumulation of everything, but that is coming from the plugin. And with, or yeah, no, with with Move Transition and these plugins, you basically have the ability to do all of the thing that I do. And again, my stuff is not that grandiose or impressive in my point of view. Well, you know. I think so. The thing that helped me kind of grasp the concept and how things work was thinking of these effects and these transitions as keyframes in a video editing software. So if you have that knowledge, if you know how to edit videos and how keyframe works, it's basically that. Like you with Move Transition, you basically say, well, this is the starting keyframe, and then it will take that amount of time or whatever amount of time you want. And then you can say at the same time something else happened, which is linked to it, or at the end of that first keyframe animation, we trigger a second one. And so most of my stuff is simultaneous move, meaning that when I'm here and I'm switching to this scene, simultaneously we change the pixelation filter from 0% to, I think, 4. We switch the hue filter for the saturation from 1 to 0 to be like purely black and white. We also switch the crop of the camera, the mask, to be rounded. And we also reposition the camera itself. So all of that is basically triggered together simultaneously through the filters in the scene filters. And that's a keyframe. That's my line in the animation. You can think about that when I'm going into the raid scene, for example. There is some sort of a keyframe happening as well on the text that is happening one by one. And then also the elements popping in from the side, like all of that is keyframed like video editing. So that, I think once you have that in mind, or if you have the understanding of keyframing through video editing, you should be able to grasp the concept of effects and filters and all that way faster than anything else. But yeah, it is that easy, at least for me. So yeah. After this and such resource hog, yes, kinda. Having multiple scenes given only one is active at a time. Let's try to minimize both. So for me, there is not just one scene active at a time. That's the issue. For me, I have most of the time 6 active scenes at a time, which you might see here, for example. Anything that is these with the N in front, which this is my naming convention, these are nested scenes. So my background is a scene, my audio is a scene, my capture is a scene, camera is a scene, follow count is a scene, alerts is a scene as well. And I have browser source, other images, you don't really care about that. But most of my stuff is nested scenes, meaning that most of the scenes that are here in the nested options, which are like right here, the camera is a scene on its own that I can just apply filters to that scene specifically and define these filters through or inside of the camera scene, so that it's not something that is applied to the current Mac scene. It's applied to the camera scene, and so I can just tinker there, and if this works, it's good, it's work. But yeah, so it's basically well, it as the name implies, nested scenes is basically what it means. You have a scene somewhere that is doing something, and then you have a scene somewhere else that is doing something else. So the best example that I have personally is gonna be my follow count, which you can see like right here. The follow count is technically just a big ass scene with anything in there. So we have the number in the center, and then we have the background that has stuff. The background is the thing that is getting rotated while a new follower happen, and the number is a browser source that just has numbers that just increase. But this is showcased on top of my stream right there, and that's just to ensure that I can just apply the filters and the things here, so it's not necessarily rendering stuff. Kuro, hi, welcome in, welcome back. So no, I don't because Stream Element is only for PC, which is sad for me. But yeah, currently this filter, like this filter that we're using on this bitch ass thing that does glitches, VHS, deformation, pixelations, all that, which you can't see, right? It's too small to be able to see that. All of that is extremely intensive. Like that is a performance hog to its finest. And I have, just to achieve this, I have the same filter added to the scene itself, I think 3 times. So I have the dither effect, the VHS effect, and the glitch effect as filters and shaders on top of that scene to be able to result there. So that takes a lot of memories and capacities and performance. And that is just for this tiny thing. If you think about it, my college shadow has the same filter. My logo has the same filter. The background has the same filters. The chat has the same filters. My camera has the same filters, even though they are currently dormant. They are still there because when I'm switching here, the filters are still also doing the same thing. And it is heavy. If I was on a PC, I would be better than streaming from a Mac, but you know, that's fine. That's gonna be okay. But yeah, and the blur filter is good. Not that intensive, but kind of intensive. Yes, 100%. That is 100% sure. Like basically I was streaming from a 3080 Ti before on my PC and it was pretty fine. We had some glitches here and there. I would rather, right now, use a PC for streaming in order to get the background removal kind of better than what we currently have. Like in my personal opinion, the current state of the glitch effect is not that good. Like it's okay, but it has like this thing which is basically glitching the whole scene the first time, and then it recognized that there is like a background removal stuff, but it is the macOS one, which is not good. It's fine. It's not good. To all of that, like all of that stacking kind of hogs the performance. But again, if you're streaming design stuff or if you're streaming coding, you can allow yourself to add as many filters as you want because nothing happens in your streams. Not as in nothing happens, but nothing has happened. Like when I'm here and I'm showing you something on Figma, the only thing that is FPS hungry is gonna be my cursor, and that's about it. Whereas if you are playing games and you have like a filter on yourself or on your game or on something else, that is gonna start to be memory intensive and performance intensive, and you may see drop frames in your game because OBS is trying to generate stuff that is like way more complex. So if you're just doing some coding, you can add as much blur as you want. Yeah, right now, so I would love to switch the bestagons on, maybe on the scene, just to show you how it works. But because OBS is crashed, well, it doesn't work. So that's a thing. We'll see later. But yeah. So yeah, and that's about it. That's about it. It's basically the only two thing that you need is move transition. Once you have move transition, you will be able to move things around. And it will do that automatically from scene A to scene B. That's the point. And then, yeah. I guess after that you can just use some of the plugins that exist, some of the shader filters, some of the other existing creations that are already on the OBS forum, but it is not that necessary, at least in the beginning. I would say if you're just starting and you're just trying to get something running. Sorry for the noises. Yes. Good. Yeah. So basically, because you have your scene transition inside of your scene A, let's say you're starting soon right here, right? That's your starting soon scene. You have enabled the fact that the blur is on, and so you need to copy that filter on that scene to scene number 2, which is your chatting scene, for example, and scene number 2, enable blur is now disable blur. So when the scene becomes on, active, visible, whatever, it switched back from being blurry to being unblurry. And yeah, I haven't seen that. No, I haven't seen that. Huh. So it focuses chunks of your display based on where it is. You need to have them. Yeah, I really need to have the fucking thing running. That's kind of sad. I may need to crash the stream again, but maybe just go here. No. Basically, inside of this right there, I think I'm probably showing it. You probably have seen it technically at some point. God damn it. There? Kinda. Um, so basically these are all of the effects that happen on a scene. And for me to have them switch on and off and navigate throughout all of the scenes, this is on a specific source. I basically have to have at the scene level that same amount of details. Not there. I wish we had something that was making more sense. Kinda. Not really. That's more on the scene. Yeah, fine. But basically, you will have like a need for your crop for your scene, and then your blur for your scene, and then you duplicate all of these filters for all of your active scenes forever for all of your scenes. So for me, for example, in here on the soon scene, there is, and I'm so sad I can't show you, but in here there is, can I switch that? I can't, god damn it. It doesn't work. In there is a move source that is linked to the background that is triggering the hue. There is a move source that is linked to the camera that is triggering the making it rounded or fully circular. There is a move source for the camera blur that is also like triggering on and off the blur on the camera. And these, let's say these three things for background, camera blur, camera crop, that's how I call them, are also on the chatting, on the desktop, on the desk, on the iPhone cam, on the Mac, on the PC, on the ending screen, on the BRB, on the RAID screen. So these filters have been duplicated on all of my active scenes so that when I move to one of the scenes, it just triggers on and off. But as soon as you have one filter enable on one scene, it needs to be basically propagated across all of your scenes, otherwise it's gonna break. So yeah, and also you have a course. Hey, you probably missed all that. Probably did. I think the focus on the like that cursor. God dang, my brain. The focus on cursor is pretty simple to have. I do like the way that I do it. Obviously, I'm not biased. But like I feel like this is a tad better to be able to just say, well, you just want to look at this. And even though it's a bit like not the best when it comes to motion sickness, because everything moves, as long as I'm not like too fast and I'm just showing things, I feel like that's more focused and you can really go into details and say, well, you know what, like that icon is kind of weird though. And then move out. So I feel like this is better, but also obviously 100% biased. I can't deny that. You know, I know that the mouse follow is a script that is available. It's a Lua/Python script, I think. That is available on Windows, that is also available on macOS, and that basically does the same thing. It follows the mouse across, and it ensures that it always has like the mouse in the center. But you can also enable that with having like a bit of a box around, so saying that it will zoom in, and then if the mouse is too close to the edge, it will shift the box preview zoom to be a bit more centering the cursor. but leaving a bit more leeway around it, which I don't really like. I think that the following is kind of better, but also I know, it's motion sickness creating, so not the best, not the best. Again, I feel like I missed a comment at some point. And Chris, you said that your GPU is only a 4070, which technically, again, I stream for 3080, so it's basically the same. Like a 3080 Ti and a 4070 is kind of the same. No, it's good. It's good. Don't worry about it. Yeah. I mean, for me, as in, I need to switch between browser and window, like code things. If I'm here, that's the browser, and then I need to show you something related to the code or Figma. I just gonna switch like desktop on macOS, but that is because my screen is only a 16-inch laptop and I don't have anything else. So when I used to have my 34-inch laptop, made more sense to have like kind of sections, which I did at some point. But also, now that I'm fully streaming from the Mac, there is no need for that. But I do like the concept of snapping, and if it works perfectly, it's pretty good. The thing that I do like, though, based on the link that you shared, this one, is this, if that's like your current camera overlay. This is really fun to me because this is basically my camera. I mean, it is the camera overlay of a lot of people, but this is my camera overlay from some of my first streams, which you kind of can see on some of the VODs that I have. I think if you go back to either clips of or highlights from like a long time ago, like basically this one is kind of the same. You can't really see it, but it's kind of the same. It's just rounded. And then I think that's my face. I think there is another one. Can you mute yourself? I think there is another one that is a bit more visually the same. God damn, who clipped that? It might be not a clip, it might be like a further down the line. What the fuck is that? That's the current stream, yes. Something like this one, maybe. Yeah. Kind of the same. In a way. This was very much the beginning, and yeah, I can tell it was the beginning. But there are a lot of effects and overlay effect that I tried that you can just find, like here, like these transitions, these things that happens at some point. I don't know if this one is like the full presentation, but I think it is. I think this one is the first initial presentation of what happened, how was the thing planned, and I guess somewhere around here, I guess. I forgot. Yeah, there was a light mode thing that we kind of talked about. But there is a transition on this one, which is this, yes. Also, my hair is crazy. God damn. But yeah, that transition was pretty interesting for me to have like a hub of potential scenes. And this one, Chris, specifically for you, unless you are currently in your interview, that transition was, oh, how can I say that? A bit of a mess and a very, very, very intensive transition when it comes to the processing, because what it basically meant was having all of my scenes or all of my accessible scenes running in parallel. So basically the max scene was around here and the just chatting or starting soon scene was around here. So you had the ability to see like both things. If I slided them side by side, you would have access to the other scenes. But because of that kind of transition, it had to. I think it will happen in a second. That's it's around. I think it's around here, but it's been a bit of a mess. Yeah, somewhere around here. I think I made it like kind of slower. But yeah, dang. So that whole thing. God damn it, you bitch. Dang. That scene basically meant that this view right here was running alongside this view right here, which is like, this is my max scene, this is my starting soon scene or something else, I forgot. And so they all were running at the same time, and they were all controlled by one single scene. So this was a mess of a setup. It was amazingly made. I did it myself, so obviously not biased, but the entire thing was running on scripts and effects, transition, like move transition effects, where when I triggered something on my stream deck, it started like a chain of filters that would end up with this. But I was still running the same single scene. So it's as if you were on the main scene, and from main scene, you trigger an effect that trigger transition, but you are still in main scene. And the reason why it was like very, very stream intensive, because as I just said, this, and the other two that were in other places were running at the same time and encoding at the same time. So you basically had, or I basically had, my stream encoding 6 stream in parallel and sending just one, like one scene of 2:1 aspect ratio, but still like very intensive. But that was a very fun activity, at least for me. That transition was really fun. Like it's a really neat and simple transition. I kind of liked it. I still like it, but it's, you know, happens also. Like, God damn. James, hi. Welcome on in. Welcome back. So that's an interesting thing. It was an interesting thing, but that was like very intensive again. And all that to say, this is the same similar kind of stream overlay that I used to have. That's all I was saying. That is it. That is it. We have them, I think, on the stream file. Not this one. On the stream file, like the OBS stream file would probably have the overlay itself. But I did. My first stream was without. Good question. Beige, hi, welcome on in. Good question. I think my first stream may have been without. My second may have been with. But I have down that. I have down. I think I think the reason that I bought a Stream Deck in the first place was to have meetings, and then moved on to something else. But do I have these? I don't. Yeah, I don't have these overlays anymore. Maybe. I do. I lied. Yeah, I don't know. It's just like it just makes things easier, specifically when you are someone that streams from a Mac. Like streaming from a PC. That's a weird song. Streaming from a PC might be like kind of easier to have like micropad and other activity things, whereas streaming from a Mac is kind of more complex, I'd say. I don't know. Bit of a weird thing. This was my first camera setup where I had no idea that a shader filter for corner radius was an option. So I had a mask, and then I had a shadow, so that was underneath my camera, and that was my camera with a mask on top of it. It was a bit of a mess, but it worked. But yeah, I've done like so many streams overlay, as some of you have known me basically for that. So yeah, I've had like so much teeny tiny thing added on top of the camera, so that you could basically have something that was looking like this, like effects on top for my corners, my stuff, my element. That was the old days. The old days. Oh my god. Doesn't exist anymore. If you want to do fancy transitions, nowadays you don't need to put everything in one scene. You just need to make sure that most, if not all, of your elements on scene A and scene B have the same names. So it is, which yeah, and I don't know if you have like Figma understanding as well. If you do, Smart Animate in Figma for prototype is the exact same thing as nope. It's the same as Move Transition on the OBS. So I guess the usual best thing that I have as a presentation for this is if I create like a frame A, like let's do 300 by or 400 by 200. That's 220, cool. Right here. And so no, Kuro, I used to sell stuff and I kind of stopped just because I'm not on PC anymore and it's kind of complicated. If I have this thing, frame 1, that goes into with rectangle 1, and then I create a secondary frame right here, and I'm creating like a secondary rectangle, and I'm putting it here. And I say in the prototype that I want to move on click when I click on the whole scene. I want to have that be smart animated. And then when I'm here and I click on the whole scene, same thing, it's going to be smart animated to the other side. Just going to make it 1200 so that the transition is long enough so that we can see what happens. And running this is going to give you this. Can you zoom in, bitch? Can you not? Sorry, that's my bad. Clean slate is still around, so, but it's wrong. It's still on OBS 27, which we are on 31 right now, which is not good. So Here, if I click, what happens? There is a fade transition, even though I said smart animate. So that, you know, that's kind of weird. However, if you think about it the same way, this is rectangle 2, whereas this is named rectangle 1, which you can see like right here. Rectangle 2, rectangle 1. If I rename this to rectangle 1, press enter. Now, my transition here is smart animating properly. So, Stony, it's mainly for you, but it's also for Yanlang. This is how OBS move transition works. If you have a scene with a specific source that has the same name on scene A and scene B, it's gonna do that. It's gonna just say, oh, these two things are the same, but their properties or their setup is not exactly the same. Therefore, I'm just gonna do with what I have and change the properties to make sense and end up in that specific spot. So that is basically what happens. So like that's the thing. Figma does help with CSS to an extent. It depends on what you want, but the code, like the code that you get is not necessarily the transitions. It's mostly going to be, oh, that's my frame. That's the code that I can have for SwiftUI. For example, it has like it's a basic H stack which contains a rectangle. It has a padding. The rectangle has this color. That's what I need. But I don't really have the transition in between the two. Like I just have, that's my scene 1, or like it gives me the frames, which is not exactly what you need. So it can, not saying that it does a good job though, because you know, it can give you whatever you want. Basically, if you have that Biz plugin, which I'm using and is built in Figma, it gives you CSS, it gives you iOS stuff, it gives you Android like Compose, which is basically SwiftUI, but for Android, and then it gives you other things, which are code gen plugins. So if you are someone that is needing to build something using, I don't know, Tailwind, for example, this one may be able to give you Tailwind, and so you can just say, well, I need the Tailwind version of this. So give me the Tailwind version of this, and then it takes more time because it is kind of more complex, but it will give you the front end. So that's why it doesn't have Java or JavaScript in general, because you don't really have the transitions. Like Figma doesn't really give you what you need for transition when it comes to code, which is annoying. I wish it did. It doesn't, but I wish it did. And as you can see, this is like Tailwind. So it's just, to be honest, nowadays, it would be easier for me and faster for me to take a screenshot of this thing with the setup like this and put that into a ChatGPT slash other AI generated chat and say, give me the code that would give me this as a result. Like that would be way easier to have than waiting for this. Like ChatGPT would have been done from now. Yes, V0 works with Figma now. I know that Lovable also works with Figma in terms of generating things at the same time, which is really good. And yeah, like they have a direct integration, which means that if you have a prototype, I think they also have the transitions and the things working. But again, that's something that I don't know entirely, so I can't confirm. Yeah, I would love to have like a bit of a more complex view, which I think like something like this might be a more complex view, but it isn't giving me anything much. Like I have a Z stack, cool, I knew that, but it doesn't really need or give me something else that is really good. So in order to achieve this, I would need to go through that element and then that element as separated things and then export each of them as either components or something else, but that could work. I would say as a general option, most of it kind of works for like Swift UI or other like outputs, but yeah, I know. I can't. I explained that many times. I can't sell a course. It pisses me off, first of all, and I don't like it. I don't like it. I think the best example that I have for not selling a course, also as always, is going to be Shift Nudge slash Figma, which is this. This has been an amazing course by MDS, which highly recommend always because it's free. That's the first reason. But the reason why I'm not doing a course is because what happened to this course specifically. He released this course, and he released this course, I forgot exactly when, but it's been a while now. And basically 2 weeks later, 2 or 3 weeks later, exactly to the day, Figma decided to change the entire interface. Not immediately, like this was announced as we now have a new interface and it will roll out throughout the few months that are coming up, but that ended up being this. The course that we have here, based on everything, is going to show you Figma with its like previous version of its UI and the transitions in between, how things work, how everything was set up. Now, everything that is inside of this course is outdated. It's half wrong. And that is the reason why I'm not doing a course, because I would love to make money on what I like to share, but my ability to do something, edit the full course, release it, and have Figma say, without any notice, fuck you, this is the new interface, and now everything that you have built is irrelevant, is pissing me off. I think I shared that before, I have in my movie stuff, I have a full course on Figma for beginners. I have a full course for making icons. I have Morton. Hi, welcome in. How are you? It's not that I don't like the wasted efforts. It's just that everything moves so fast. Like the potential, again, of me saying next year I'm not using Figma anymore, I move to PenPot. That is not impossible, but also it would like it wouldn't make me remain on Figma, meaning that the course that I have on Figma would be outdated way faster. So that's the, you know, it's a lot of things. Sketch has made a comeback. I used to be a very, 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 very good sketch designer. I used Sketch for basically 2014 to 2018, so for 4 years straight. And you have seen some of my creations in Sketch on my dribble. They are right there. Like, these first things have been made in Sketch because, right, same thing. I do love to push whatever. Fireworks is still a thing, but it has been renamed. It's now Firefly. And also Firefly is their new AI generated things, which is replacing Fireworks. We worked with the designers that worked on Firefly, which was still called Firefly, and now it's called differently. I forgot the name. But we worked on that in 2016. Yes, 2016, when it was just an ID, the AI ID that no one heard about. Yeah, Ryan, hi, welcome in. So yeah, I did that in a long time ago in Sketch, and I'm still good with it. I did get a trial period when they announced their redesign, and it was really good. It still pisses me off because I'm so used to Figma now, but yeah, most of the things that you see here are made in Sketch. I think this is the transition, like this in between these have been the transition between Sketch around there to Figma around here. Where, I mean, when you compare the thing that I did in Sketch and the thing that I did in Figma, you know. Not really a sneaky early start, but kind of an early start, yeah. Yeah. I did the thing that I needed to do today, and therefore I had time to start early. Which means, as I said at the beginning of the stream, an early start of the stream means either I'm going to bed early, yay me, or we are getting a longer stream. Yay me. You know, everything works. Unless, again, OBS crash. Therefore, shorter stream. But that's the thing. But yeah, I did like a lot of things. I used to love Sketch. It was really good. It is still like in my head. I think about it all day. No, that's not true. But I do think about Sketch often because it has been like when I decided to do the transition in between Sketch and Figma, Sketch was kind of slow and heavy on the processing of like the Mac, because Sketch is Mac OS only. And I basically said, you know what, it would be interesting for me to try out Figma. I tried it, I hated it, so I moved back to Sketch. And then I think 3 to 4 months later, they announced that plugins would be a thing in Figma. So I said, you know what, I need to learn Figma before they add plugins. So I did that. And after that, I basically never went back to Sketch. And one of the things that was kind of crazy in the beginning was the speed of Figma. Like, Figma was the fastest design tool that we had. Sketch was kind of slow and clunky, but it worked like very, very well. And then Figma just came in and was in the browser, therefore it was accessible for everyone. It needed to be as efficient as possible because, you know, it needs to run on the browser, so all that. And it was great, but now Figma is getting clunkier and clunkier and clunkier and clunkier, and it's slower and slower. And as soon as I have more than 100 layers, it starts to tell me to go fuck off somewhere, and it pisses me off. So, you know, that's the thing. I don't think they have fixed it. I think it's just, you know, it's the thing. And I don't think we're going back to MS Paint. I think we are going not back, but I think we are removing the design tools. Um, so that's an interesting thing, at least for me. I think the design tools are going to be removed as uh, end showcases, like kind of soon. I think let me see if I have like one of these, because these was kind of good. Not really, but kind of a showcase. Yeah, dang. Basically, this is what happened when I worked with like AI assisted IDE to create something. And then I said, well, this is basically what we have currently. We need to have this. So the progress stays in the same place. The questions is going to be here. It's going to be kind of contained question content. And then the question answers are going to be here. And the check button is going to be there. But that's all that I needed basically to generate what then became like the right output. Not this one, but like another one that is not there because I didn't need to take a screenshot and showing it to the chats. But yeah, from basically this that was kind of broken to just a very, 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 very rough sketch that just contains, well, this is the question content, this is a check button, figure it out, and then giving me something that is similar to this, or I don't know. Like that is, at least for people like me, is probably the direction in which I'm going. And for some of the other thing that I'm working on right now, for example, that I'm probably going to work on stream, maybe, I don't know, we'll see. We'll see. Uh, which is the title of the stream today. I'm not doing anything in Figma. I have done stuff in Figma in the past, but I'm like, this is good, but it's not exactly what I need for that project. And then I'm getting into some of the existing UI kits that I can find. And then maybe I'm like, yeah, this is what I need as an output. So I'm just gonna take the screenshot, add it to the IDE, and say, yeah, we figure that out. So, you know, like this is done, but it doesn't necessarily need to have all of the other pages. Like I don't need all of that yet. I do need this because this is the base. And then as long as you have the ability to prompt whatever ID you are using to say, well, I need this, make it better. And for it to work, I mean, in my head, it's probably what happens. Stony, is the question for the emote for me? Or is it for someone else? So yeah, so that's, for me, I think the design tools are gonna kind of move away. What do you mean, why are you not using hi as your welcome emote? Oh, you mean in the chat messages that stream element are saying when someone pops in? That's a good question. Yes, I don't know. I don't know. I didn't think about it. That's the reason. Yes. Yes, that is. That is the reason. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's not my own bot, but yes. That is a fair point. That is a fair point. I could change that. I could change that. But yeah, going back to the question, which is not a question, but like just my own opinion. I do feel like most of the design tools are going to be used as like very much used by entry level to mid level designers, and then senior level designers are going to be using them as sketches. Like you just sketch out something and then you figure it out in a code environment rather than figuring it out in Figma itself. So you know, that I think to be it's probably gonna be the thing. That was a bit of a broken stream in the beginning. Anyways, um, yeah. Do it. Do them yourself, Aaron. Do them yourself. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. Huh. Oh, ooh. That's such an annoyance. That's cool. So you're going to 3JS? Or are you going to like JSAP and 3JS? Cool. 3JS is pretty impressive when it comes to like rendering 3D. It's great. It is great. Can't complain about that. But you did good. That's impressive. I'm guessing it is extremely simple to put in place, as in you just created like a rectangle, just a brick, and then you UV map these 3 pictures, right? Like you have the back, the front, and the side. That's about it. Which is interesting because that is similar to what we have on from a university in the presentation elements, which is kind of similar to this one, but it's not the one that I have in mind, which is, where you at, bitch? Closer to the end. These are new, that's not the one. Huh, interesting. I mean, the dynamic book is kind of, yeah, we have this, which is pretty much the same. Patience, hi, welcome on in. How are you? How's your day going? But yeah, that whole thing is not 3JS. This is just 3D transform, like CSS 3D transform. So you can't really move around and navigate through stuff. But yeah, that's just very simple. I do like how it's presenting like projects and right now games, but the initial thought was to have that as projects. Like you have your projects presentations and you can just show them like this. And I think the creator, Nandi, was kind of getting backlash because it was too close to and some other creators' creations, so made it with like games instead of projects. I'm pretty good. I'm a bit tired, but I started the stream early. It's raining outside, so that's one of the reasons that I did that as well. And we have a ton of things that happens. Oh yeah, I didn't talk about that for a second. The Android app has been applied, I think applied is the word, to production, like submitted for production on the Play Store. So we now are waiting. Obviously, the instant I send a new build to check if we can just apply for production, it crashes. So I basically didn't check that. I applied, realized that it crashed, sent 6 new builds. Like we went from build 48 to build 55, I think, in the span of like 15 minutes just to fix that fucking thing. Now it's good. Now we're good. So yeah, so that's new. And then the iOS version as well has received the update. It has been sent for review. I don't know if the Apple team is taking a look right now. I doubt it. Yeah, push to prod, pending approval. 100%. What I had in mind, which I you know, dang. This is also an option. Kind of similar. Not the same, kind of similar. I kind of like it. And this one is mostly similar to what I had in mind for Chris, which is interesting that they kind of did. Dang. It is way more complex than the thing, but basically since Framer introduced 3D Transform, we've had like a ton of effects and transition animation things. So yeah, I'm looking for the... I think this one is the library thing. And it works on scroll. It doesn't work on hover. So that's an interesting thing. And if, I mean, this is set to have the exact same sizes. So you can't really have your library with different sizes of books. So I'm guessing for you, if you say that like, it changes based on the spine. If the spine is taller, then it's gonna be like kind of taller. I get it. But yeah, that's an interesting as well concept. Nonetheless, at the end of the day, it is the same concept every time. It is just 3D Transform and the addition of 3D Transform since that happened on Framer. Everyone is just doing these. And that was the initial thing that they got some backlash on. I see. It's pretty cool. I think it would be easier to do it with 3JS than to do it with this. Yeah, I mean, this is Framer University, so there is, oh, damn it, not this. There is a ton of options in there, but this is more for Framer. Like if your website is built in Framer, therefore it will be good. If it's not, then you can't use that. But if you want to add some 3D to your website and you're not like really someone that knows how to use 3D, Spline is amazing to build 3D renderings and have 3D effects on your site. Like, I mean, this one has been some of the easiest to present and showcase because I wanted to have that on my own website and it was like too intensive for some older phones, so I removed it. But that concept on scroll, you can't really see me scroll, but like on scroll, we basically have that transition. And so that is pretty good, but also because it's just me and I'm a dumbass and I love to add stuff for no reason. I just added most of the thing that happened in the app itself. So if you click on something, progress increase, that is what happens in the app, but I did the whole thing in 3D. So like that whole thing is there. So, you know, it's an option. What do you mean? But yeah, Spline has like a ton of options. They do have a ton of community files as well, including if you have like things with books or if you have some things with projects, presentations, whatever. There is probably someone that has created something that would look at or would have the like effects that you are looking for. Like this one is mouse bound. You can't really click on things, but you know, dang. Good job. Good job, Kay. Good job. Congrats. Congrats. You made a salad. There, that's what you made. You're good. Just get a bowl. It's gonna be fine. I'm not saying anything. It happened to me so many times. So I'm gonna shut the fuck up. But yeah, no, the everything, no, everything in the community of Spline will probably give you like ideas or things that you can implement in your own app. Like these things have been really cool and really interesting to see. Like this is a website header. And so if you just on the site, it just follows your cursor wherever the fuck you are. And so that is the easiest thing to put in place in Spline. You build the 3D elements and then you don't. Which I know I showcase that every fucking times, but that's what I did right here. Like I built this thing and then I said, well, this is supposed to follow my cursor, and that's what it does. That's a spline thing. So instead of having it done inside of like Framer with a 3D transform or whatever, it is way easier to do it in Spline. So if you were thinking about adding some 3D stuff in your website, check out Spline. Spline is good. Good. Soggy lettuce with fries on top sounds like a crime. I agree with that. 100%. 100%. And what is my brain saying right now? I forgot. Oh yeah, no, I had things for you, Jan. That's what I had in mind. Well, if you need to go, just go. But I had things for you. I had same things for you. I found a lot of stuff. I've been finding a lot of stuff that is like really much my alley, my type, and in that, a lot of stuff that is really much for me, like that. There are some things that I kind of saved for you, like this one, which is an interesting arched kind of obsidian things, which I kind of liked. So I will send you that for sure. Take your time. And then some of the things that I kind of shared as well on the Discord directly, which are not there. That's interesting. I think inspiration. I think I put that in inspiration. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. This one there, and this one. So this is something that we talked about 2 months ago, 3 months ago. I forgot. And it basically popped back up. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. I was in the video. Ha! So if you haven't seen this, this is the Gitmos dashboard project thingy stuff. It's great. It's a great thing that is supposed to be data visualization of GitHub in real time of anything that happens, any active repo, any commit, any push, any pull, any everything. Right. That is something that popped in a long time ago and has been shut down, I think, since then. But it was up for a while, and I remember going there and looking at it. And this whole thing was an amazing representation of data visualization for people. So, like for devs, because this is real time, but also it is designer friendly, as in yeah, that's a designer stuff. Um, so that's great. Anyways, that's not exactly what I had in mind, but this is something that we needed to talk about and show you because I was looking for it and we couldn't find it. There is a lot of things. You can find the link on the Discord. As always, it is amazing to look at from a designer point of view, from a dev point of view. So yeah, all of that is amazing. I love the rendering. I love the effect. I'm feeling like some of the unnecessary flares, unnecessary shimmers here and there are stuff that you would kind of love to add, Stony, to your own website potentially. Like unnecessary when you have, I don't know, maybe you have the entirety of a TV show, including the specials or the extra episodes, everything. Maybe that specific poster could shine and have a bit of a glittery things, lens flare, you know, dang. So this was made by G-Monk or Gunk, which I love, but you know, that was great. So that's the first thing. First thing that I wanted to kind of talk about. I forgot to talk about it last week. My bad. That's all me. I forgot. But the second thing that I kind of wanted to talk about is this one. This is a project from 11 years ago. And the thing that is kind of fun for me is that this is a project called Gen.ai from 11 years ago. This is a representation that that person has made for something. I don't really know what it is, how it works, what it does, but it is Gen AI. 11 years before, we are calling things Gen AI, but right now we're using a G instead of a J. Nonetheless, this is a representation data structure thing, I think, or at least that's how I understand it, which is a 3D rendering of a mesh structure to navigate something which I feel like is really linked for me to Obsidian's and also what Jan is building. And so that, to me, is a very impressive thing to find again, because I've seen that when it came out. I forgot about it. But because it's so old, I don't think anything came out of it. Much. So yeah, that was a very, very impressive thing to see and find and experiment with at the time. So that really cool to see. But also, I didn't check their whole like profile because they may have had, they did, other things. Like another node-based navigations, still with no music in the background, which is good. So you know, that is pretty impressive. But yeah, that is some of the things that I had for Jan, which I don't know if came back just yet. I doubt it. We're gonna wait a bit. But that is pretty impressive for something that is like 11 years old to be popping up on my feed at least. That is really, really good. And there has been other things, again, on my own, like I say, on my Pinterest, there is a ton of things. There are this thing specifically. Good. For story, like this is a very interesting player. You said you wanted something shiny at some point. This is a very interesting player. You know, that's a pretty fun stuff. So you know that yeah, you know, that's pretty cool. That's the wrong button. So yeah. Yeah, and if you want to check that out, this was basically what I had saved for you. This is a bit of a node, 3D node navigation thing, which I think could work for your tool, potentially, I don't know. And as I said, from 11 years ago. And then there is other things in the whole system that I kind of saved. The first thing that I shared before you kind of went out was this, which doesn't really have good pictures and previews. Like we have some of them, but they like are not that big. And I most of it because it is didn't trace from a long time ago. The pictures themselves are really bad, but overall the content is pretty nice. So I did like it, and I was thinking this could work for you specifically, including other things or other like rendering that are closer or more aligned with what you and we talked about last time, similarly to this one, for example, which I kind of like as well, which has more of a code slash architectural database environment, which I think could be good because it is more of a modern UI based on what I can see, but also based on the fucking icons that exist here, as there is a fucking ChatGPT right there, which means it's at least from 2020. But that is pretty cool and pretty interesting of a UI, so I kept that for you specifically right there. There is another one a bit lower, I think, if I can find it again, which was more of a me thing, but it kind of worked as well. Yeah, that was this one. I think this is more of an illustration type. This is from a still of a video, a promotional video. So obviously not necessarily achievable, but still, in terms of omniscience, that feels like palpable omniscience where you have all the things. Obviously, this is coming from, I think, Chinese people, which they have like a lot of good data visualizations that I love. So yeah, other than that, after that, we went back to some of the things that we talked about 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, I think. These renderings or these presentations that are the HUD, like heads-up display-ish thing, but more flickery. I don't really know. That's the thing that I don't really understand, why most of the creators of heads-up display are going to flicker the content. And as if we couldn't figure out how to not have constant power. So that probably something there is a reasoning behind it. Like, oh, it looks cool. Maybe. I don't know. But I feel like we should just light things up instead of making it flicker. I don't know. Nonetheless, still interesting and still really cool um as a concept. And then I think this one was from the almost the same day or the next day that we talked about Crony, something that popped on my feed. And it's really interesting as a concept, specifically when it comes to the logo itself and how it is like presented. Basically, what they have is the time, the kanji for time in Japanese, and then they build something that is similar-ish with their own letters. So you have the S, the H, and the M that they kind of explain later, like seconds, hour, minutes, which render out with that characters, which I think is really cool of a concept. I don't know how good it can be implemented and how well it has been implemented, but that whole thing kind of stood out for me in a way that it looked Asian. It looked Asian kind of when it comes to the character itself, and so this was a save as well, which I kind of saved for here, you know. Dang. So yeah, dang. So all of that kind of for you. The rest is mostly going back to some of the things that we talked about, but also some of the creating that are more for me. And then we went back to where we were 3 weeks ago. So that's a thing. Like, these are amazing for me, but yeah. Like, to me, it's mostly like the dashboard thing, the dribble one that I just sent you, that is really much, I think, I don't know, align with the direction in which I'm thinking your tool could go through. Like, to me, that looks really aligned with what would be working for the idea. However, it is a tad bit rounded, which you're not. I mean, you do have a rounded hexagon, so that's something that can always happen. And you can transform the circles with hexagons, that's always an option. But it is a bit rounded, so it is debatable. There are some things in there that I just don't like. As always, this radius is not. It's not. It's not. It's not. But it's a cool thing. So this one being the most important one, or the most interesting one, because they have like different views, different rendering, and also, as always, when you see something that I used to do and I don't do anymore, or don't do as much, when you see something that is pretty interesting, let's say you like that, have a good rest of your day. If you like what they do, this is for Whole, and maybe Whole has other shots or other rendering of their app that could be good inspiration. Like, maybe this is good, I don't know. So that's something that I used to do often, but also maybe that creator or that designer is really good and you kind of like that, so you can just go into their profile and look at what they have done and be inspired by other things or other rendering that they have made in the past. Yeah, please share a link or share something. A picture in here, in there. Well, that's a crazy. That is a crazy background. God damn. God damn. Sorry. Also, Alan shared this, which is good. Huh. Everything is full. Oh, damn it. Interesting. But yeah, that for inspiration for things, specifically, oh yeah, specifically for that tool he's working on, has been pretty impressive. My feed on Pinterest has been kind of crazy. Lately, I've been having game design, kind of tribal, artifact design, and a ton of these like kind of dashboard sci-fi-y interfaces. So like shit like this. Look at it, look at it. It's amazing. As always, you find that it's a Behance project, you go on Behance, you look at the rest, you're like, oh damn. I love Behance for that. Screenshot of the Cosmo Flow app. Let me check that. I'm gonna need that. 1 second. Yeah, that's what I thought. That is what I thought. There is like nice gradients top and bottom. I like that. I had to go down to see them. Oh, when you said no editors, you So node editors, I see. Give me context. I need context. I have made some node editors in the past, so that's interesting. It seems simple enough to understand and grasp. Like for me right now, and I'm looking at it, it's pretty simple. I don't know what it does, but I kind of can understand. Pax, hi, welcome on in. Good evening. Good afternoon. And good confettis also. I just saw that. Yeah. Yeah, but what is the what I'm saying context? I'm saying what is the purpose of this? What does it do? Like it seems like an encryption thing to me, but it might be something else. Encoding, transcoding thing. It also seems to have an ASCII output for some reason. I don't know why. Right there, it's I don't know. That's what I meant when I said context. But this is pretty cool. I think personally I would have more contrast with the background for the nodes, so making them a tad bit more bright so that someone with low contrast vision would see the details, even though the background of the nodes themselves is not necessarily what you need to see. The anchor points in the entrance and outputs are. I think overall it's really good. I do like this a lot. I like the teeny tiny line that just fits and match. That makes sense, kinda. But yeah, I do have, as far as I remember, why is me like this? Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess yes. I see. That's interesting. That's interesting. Ah, where is this thing? uh, I had like one, which is kind of similar, but it didn't really have an input and output option. Like we only had the really basics options where you just have the ability to select an output, which is there is only one output and one entrance to the rest. Like you can just link things to others, and it kind of works. But yeah, that was from a long time ago, though. It's still clean. Still like it. I did this one. I did another one, which was easier. And then the one I like kind of like and share is voice flow. Every time voice flow is really good. Of a kind of Canva, like the Canva itself is really good. It has like most of the things that you need. It's an app to help you build voice interfaces and trigger things on your Google Home or trigger things on your Alexa and other things. Sorry if I triggered one of yours. But that is really good, and we kind of like it. The simplicity of it and the fact that they have been adding and adding and adding more stuff to it is really good. So that's kind of sad. But yeah, this is really interesting of a concept that have they have it of ASCII things as well in there. You know. So like that. You know what you need to do? It's not necessarily doing some research. It's just asking me. Because I know stuff. That's the brand. I know stuff. I've tested everything. Not really. I have tested a lot of things. So if you have like question or if you are building something and you don't know if it exists, not everything, not everything, but in terms of softwares, there is probably something that like flew through my nose at some point. It's not cocaine for once. I don't. For legal reason, this is a joke. But yeah. There is a ton. There is a ton of node-based canvas that exist that can be used. And I think, which one did we use? We built our own in my previous company, but we also had, in the beginning, we had like another thing as a, I think it was like an open source slash JavaScript library, like a very basic JavaScript library that just did the thing that we needed to do as a proof of concept. So, you know, that's a pretty good thing. So yeah, that's please share link again. Share link sharing is good, specifically when you have done progress or updates to a website that I've seen before. I want to know. I want to see the changes. Who else has that fucking node flow? I saw that. I saw something. I thought I saw something. The file icon kind of glitched with a bit of a bright color for a second. It was interesting. That is a very tight website. That's a mobile friendly thing. I'm gonna complain though. Okay. Fine. Good. So the text are aligned. The A in about is aligned with the rest. I see. But then your numbers 24, 23, 20 is or are kind of offset. Oh, that transition is great. You hit the designer. That's what happened. Ooh. Sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Good job. That impressed me. See, I forgot who asked how to wow me. That right there. That is useless at its finest, but it is. Damn. It's not that complex to put in place, by the way. It's just like the thing is behind the fucking. It's the same as the iPad navigation cursor things, but it's so good. Goddamn, good job. Good job. That's good. I don't remember the previous version. I'm gonna say that. Interesting. Oh, that's neat. I like it. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. Let me see. So mobile doesn't have hover, obviously. Yeah. Yep, exactly. You see, Yaron, you asked about it. I think I said that last time, the first time. You're a dev, you're building things in code. You want the user that comes to your website to know that you're a dev. That, with like the tools and the, the transitions, the whatever the fuck you want, that if you had the ability to also like show code, like side by side, as a code pen behavior, amazing. Amazing. Yeah. Yeah. Perfect. That is great. That is great. Oh, sorry. That you have a lot of really cool visuals and it works. This is easy. I'm air quoting so much, but yeah, this is great. That works. That's a very good thing. However, I need to say that every time. Show dev, you're showcasing something that is front end focused, as in this is what we can do in visuals when it comes to like the front end and how the user can interact with things. Oh, that's cute. That would mean you will be hired as a front ender, and you might not be hired as a dev that does anything else. Like you will be in front end, which makes sense, right? That's what you're showcasing. But yeah, if that's not what you like to do, don't do that. But again, I know you can't really showcase backend stuff visually, and you can't really showcase backend stuff in lines of code because it doesn't make any sense. Like it might be security, it might be improvement, it might be efficiency, all of that. It's kind of complicated to showcase, so I get it. But yeah, you did do that. I do remember this one. That was, I think that's what I saw on your website the first time, right? A long time ago now. I feel like yes, probably. But yeah, that is great. Also, that still hasn't happened. Did that happen? I'm supposed to change my phone number. And have a good dinner. As in, it's supposed to happen today, but it hasn't happened yet. So, kind of without a phone number right now, which is good. Stoney, you want to implement that? Ah. Such a magnificent thing. That's what I call a good carousel. Yes. That's cute. I like it. I'm really blown away by the fucking disable hover thing. It's subtle. It's the same. It's pretty simple. You just have a fucking rectangle behind the thing, and then it just fades out in opacity and it blurs out. That's it. That's it. But goddamn, does it look good? I don't even think it looks like. I don't even know if you can see that on street. It's just so subtle. It's so subtle. It follows you as far as you go, which is really good. Anyways, you did good. You did good. I don't know about the difference in width of the artifact at the bottom and that. I understand the logic around like the column-based things, but I have a feeling that if you just had like two elements that might be a bit bigger, you may have the exact same column-based thing, which is probably the case, right? Again, if you are here, like this is 2, which is pretty good. And then if you're on this on the mobile phone, it just goes to 1, but you don't have you don't go to 4 columns, don't go to 5, which it depends. I'm guessing it depends about how much like project or artifact you want to showcase, which you know. See, like this is a wider option. If you wanted to make it wider, I don't know if it would make any sense, but maybe having the blog and the project side by side, like just 2 elements, and then you have like 4 columns, 5 columns potentials for the artifacts, but also if you just have 9 currently that are showcased, I don't know if it's necessary for you to have like more than that. Like this is a pretty good tight layout. The only thing that I would say potential is blind ass bitch like me, not blind, but like people that think about blind people, might want it bigger. You know, bigger is a tad better, and having like more visibility, like just bumping the font sizes doesn't hurt. Make things more readable, more accessible, easier to understand for people, and I feel like that's currently at 150, like 150% zoomed in, which is pretty good. What is your font sizes? I'm guessing you're probably at like 16 or something. 19? Yeah, 16. 20 here, 16 there, 16 for everything otherwise, 15 on this. That is interesting. And 20 are your titles. I might say like 32 around here and 20 around there instead of 15 things. But at the end of the day, it works. It's just tiny. It's a tad tiny. That's the only thing that I would potentially change. Potentially. That is cute as fuck. Again, these are bigger. These fonts are a tad bigger. Like you're probably at 18 instead of 16, which would make more sense for readable stuff, but also, you know. That's also like one of the things that I kind of said in the past, which is really good for you. You have enough things to showcase, but if you're a dev or a designer or someone that creates some things like a product designer or something, and you want to showcase what you have built, instead of doing this, instead of doing a case study format type of thing, you could just have what is called a link, like here, and you may have worked for some people, like in past experience or something. You may have that, and you can just have a link that send you to the project or to the thing that you've been working at. So I guess I would say that the transition between the two, the transition between the about page and the regular page, is kind of debatable. And I know you said that you wanted to do like a transition in between or to design engineer. I don't know. I feel like your skills are more on the other way around, like engineer designer than design engineer, which I know. But like just to be recognized as the right skills or the right type of profile that you have, which is like mostly technical with a very, very incline on design. If you want to advertise yourself as a design engineer, it has that connotation that is you were a designer and you went into engineering a tad. Like you had a bit of an interest of engineering and coding, and you were like, "Yeah, that's pretty cool." Whereas I feel like it's the other way around. So you were still are a dev, and then you said, "Well, but the visual stuff is pretty cool as well," but not what I'm doing right now, which is like, yeah, design stuff has always been really cool, but the code is really nice as well. Of the concept, and it helped me just go faster in what I'm building. So maybe the name is not design engineer. I know. I think engineer designer is pretty good because it really anchors you were an engineer before you became a designer, whereas design engineer means that you were a designer before you became an engineer, at least in my head. And that is the dyslexia and the rest of my conditions that tells me this. But yeah, kind of true. So with that in mind, maybe engineer designer might be just anchoring things, just like I know how to code, whereas a design engineer might not know stuff when it comes to dev regarding topics, but will know everything or most of the things regarding design. And I don't know if you already know everything regarding design. If that's the case, then yeah, design engineer is good. That's pretty good. I guess the third thing now that I would say on design engineering is that if you currently want to mainly move toward design first, engineer seconds, which is career change potential, yes, just know that design engineer positions most of the time are going to be design heavy, engineer 5%, 15%, maybe. So that's also why I'm saying, like, if you are very interested in the design part, but also want to remain into the engineering side, having the engineer first, yeah, could be something. But like, engineer turned designer is something that you can do. But like, if I were a hiring manager looking for someone that has your skills, and I arrive here, I would not necessarily know if you would be a good fit as a designer. Yeah. Design engineering has been really new. I think it has like 3 years old. maybe 4 of a pickup in the design community of people kind of starting to be interested in design in dev. But that's how I see it. Obviously, this is like from the point of view of a designer looking at how or what career path exists and how I could evolve my own career personally in between, like the senior designer, which is my position, to the staff slash product manager things. There is the people that still wants to do stuff and remain in the day-to-day activities building stuff, which are or have been for the designers. Oh, I'm gonna add the junior front end to my skills, and then because I have the ability to just do stuff, and it kind of looks good, and it kind of works because I have the understanding of how things are supposed to work. I'm quickly moving from junior dev to medium section, and therefore I'm moving to design engineer. So that's how the, at least from a designer point of view, that's how I'm seeing it. So when I'm seeing design engineer here, I'm like, oh yeah, so that's a designer that just like to code. That's in my head. That's how I see it. So if for you is the different blends of different type of association, that might be because you are mostly on the dev side of things, where devs are like, oh yeah, we really like the front end, so the current title is seemingly being design engineer, so I'm going to use that. But again, like depending on how you read it, yeah, front end of the front end. um, like depending on where you come from, you see that kind of differently. So I get it, but just as a designer, it feels like I'm getting a not so good dev, which means that it will be a very good designer that will extremely like benefits the company for the communication between the devs and the design team because they do understand each other. But the quality of the dev from that designer that I'm hiring as a design engineer is going to be kind of speeding up some of the dev work, but not replacing it. So yeah, I guess yeah. If you could, yeah, like a Venn diagram of where you like things. It's fun of a Venn diagram presentation. Uh, but yeah, I mean, again, based on your website, your skills, and your ability to present stuff on what I've seen, I don't think you are at the low level that the title makes me think you are. I know, it's weird. I think you're way higher than what the title is giving me as a mental image. Like, I don't have a lot of, first of all, I don't have a lot of design engineer in my circles. Most of them are either senior designers, which implies that you have understanding of code, or experts front-end devs, which means that they have the experts thinking of how the dev works, but also like because they are front-end devs and they are good front-end devs or senior front-end devs, they do design pretty well. So there is no title, I think, right now that I've heard of that would encapsulate both level of seniority or abilities. I don't think there is. Yeah, I don't think there is. Which is sad. Which is sad. But like again, right? At the end of the day, you don't really care. it's, I mean, it's not for you to care. It's mostly for the hiring person to care. So, if, again, if I'm the hiring person and you apply to my company and I see your website and I see the title, I would ask myself and yourself in the interview who helped you for your website, because it's really well devved. Like that's the thing that will come in my head. It's the same thing as Sarah's, if she hasn't changed, she hasn't changed. Sarah's websites, I take it as an example every time that we have dev portfolio to showcase, because it is a very designer focused dev portfolio. Thank you. Where you see this and you're like, yeah, that's a very simple and easy website. It has a lot of presentation, it has a lot of articles, podcasts, other things, all that. And it is a very designer-centric thing, and the reason for that is because it has been built by one of my first design manager in some of my first companies. So Nicola was one of my kind of first head of design when I started, and that has been designed by him. Like the entire thing is really designer focus, which in my head, seeing that from a dev point of view, the first time I saw it, I was like, yeah, that's not, a dev wouldn't have come up with this on their own. So, because she's a principal software engineer, I said, yeah, that's a pretty cool website. And then at the end, I saw that was my friend's name. So I was like, oh yeah, I get it. But for you, I think it's the same thing, or at least in my head, it's like, that is a very dev thing. Like that whole first section is a very dev thing, and then all of these is a very designer thing. So I'm like, I don't know who did that. So that is something, at least in my head. Not saying that it's something, but it's something in my head. Oh, God damn. Yeah, that's true. That is true. I mean, Chad CN is a dev. Like, to me, Chad CN is a dev. Like that, there is no question about it. It's just a dev that likes visual stuff. So having design engineers is kind of weird. And then the creator of React 3 Fiber, I don't know. So I can't say anything about it. that's gonna be the truth. But you know, Chad CN is really much a dev to me. Has never, at least in my point of view, has never been perceived as a designer. Has been perceived as a dev, a dev with taste. I know. It's kind of the same as is it on Blue Sky that I've seen that? Probably. Like you probably have Jay on your followings, but Jay, same thing, is not a designer. Like in my point of view, Jay is not a designer. He is a dev with taste or an understanding of how design is supposed to work and how visuals make a difference on a dev project. But that's the same thing. I wouldn't classify Jay as a design engineer. Yeah. Which is, I get it. But I wouldn't. Engineer designers makes more sense, but also that is semantic, and my brain just doesn't allow weird semantics. So can't do anything about it. I can't do anything about it. Okay, that's that. Yeah. Yes. Nonetheless, your website is really good. The I think, I don't know if you still have it. That would be amazing, though, if you do. I would love to see a timeline if you had the ability to get a time machine, a Wayback Machine on your own website, off your own website. Like, that would be an amazing thing to have, as in, this is my landing page 2025, and then this was my landing page 2024, and this was like 2019, and then this was 2015 or something. If you have kind of backups or history versions, that could be amazing to see, like, the progress. Or yeah, I guess the progress is kind of the thing that I have in mind. Like, what are the tiny things that you have added? What are the changes that have been made? Like the bust in 3D that you had.
Shawshank94 is now following.
Shawshank, hi, welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Welcome on in. Thanks a lot for the follow. Appreciate it. That is a very bright profile picture. Yeah, I really liked, also very biased, I really liked your first website with the bust, and I think you had a version that were in ASCII at some point. I have that in mind. I don't know if I'm right. I feel like I'm right, but I'm unsure now. I think you had a version in ASCII, either in that first website or something else. Anyways, I really did like this thing, and I liked the website around it. And so if you had the ability to just, like, navigate through time, that's always a thing that I kind of like. Some of the thing that I shared in the inspiration on Discord, which is this website, to me, this is really good as a creation, as a website. This is the most brutalist option of the design way of designing websites that you can have, but also we have things from 1989 where that person did things, and apparently the did things is mostly things when they were a kid. And then you go to further down the line and there is more drawings, and then you go further down the lines and there is more drawings because still a kid, and then maybe at school art projects, and then you see more stuff and you see the progress. You see how from these, like, kind of dedication through the years, through everything, we end up with shit like this. Like, they work at Fortnite, that's pretty impressive. And then lately in 2023, 2024, I forgot, they have things that are, like, really associated with like Destiny 2, this Ghost thing, which is amazing. And, like, each of these projects, right, they have more inside of them, and they are mostly like visuals, not really text, but overall as a me for myself, seeing the whole process of Alex throughout the years is pretty impressive. I do like that a lot. And so if you had like the same things through your website, that would be a very, very cool thing. Not saying that it needs to happen, but you know. Just the major stuff. Because you have such a creative website or creative portfolio for dev, that's where my brain is going. Like, I'm expecting a designer to have a good enough version of their portfolio at almost any time. Like, my brain is telling me, well, there should be something that is designer-y, unless maybe the first one. Because it's the first and you need to have a website and you don't really know what to do. But for dev, I'm not expecting anything good looking or creative. So when you have, I feel like it would be good to have like a bit of a, oh yeah, I did that. Oh yeah, I did that as well. Oh yeah, that was fun. You know, it could be a project as well. Like you could 100% have project as in personal project, my website, and then in there you have something like you have a page like this, and you just have other images underneath. Like this is my website in like just header at that time, header at that time, header at that time. Could be good. I don't know. That's really fun though. But yeah, this is really cool. This has like so much interesting things of concepts and can drag select and then hex view component. Huh. Oh. I do not know what that is, though. That's the thing that I will say. Like I don't. I don't know what that is. I don't know how that works. So I can drag and drop and drag select, yes, but why? I don't know. That's not a thing that I really understand. I mean, as I said earlier, I don't really get what it does, and I don't mean that in the way that I do need to understand what it does, because I might not be the target audience, but adding a bit of a text description can't hurt. Like, title, description of what it does, or what it is. And same thing on Cosmoflow, like, title, this is what you can do in the Canva. Not necessarily like in a there all the time kind of way. Mostly like sorry for the flashbang on this one. Mostly something like this, or I don't know if we have templates. We used to have templates like previewed around here, which were like on the view, but something like this, right? That tells me, oh yeah, you can create a flowcharts, or you can do something else, like just that sometimes is enough, would be enough, I don't know, but just having a bit of a, you can do that here. Like I guess that's my point. Yeah, I think the thing that is the most necessary point in many of the tools, like including the tools that we're working on for Stony, for example, is going to be the empty states, as in when nothing's there, what do we display? What do we say? What is there? So for Stony, for example, when nothing is there, the goal is going to be the search, like at least in my head. Like when you don't have an account and you're not logged in and you just arrive on the website before you create something, you just have the search, you have presented data, and that's the thing. And if you create an account and you create a server on your own, then you will end up with empty states like this, and this is not acceptable. So there is a need for the empty states to make a lot more sense, or to explain to the user what they can do. So that's something that needs to be worked on at some point. But empty states is basically what defines if your app is going to be successful or not, because it will explain to the user, this is what you have right there. Right now you have nothing, but this is what you can do. Not today. I knew he will come out of the lurk. I knew that. But something that just tells you, yeah, this is like as obvious as it can be. Or in the onboarding, right there, for example. Because technically, again, the people that are going to use like Stony's website or Stony's app are going to be power users that already are using Plex, and therefore they will transition to No Mercy to manage their own servers. So they already have a bit of an understanding of what to do, but in the onboarding process, while they are creating something, the goal is to ensure that they will never see an empty state. So the only people that can access an empty state is if in that onboarding thing we have the invite household member. Maybe, I don't know, I don't think it's a good idea, but maybe. And that's the last step, right? Invite your household so that you can share your movies off your home. Then you have the emails, whatever. You click next. The thing that happens being the household member click on the link that they received by email before the content has been passed and added to the server. Therefore, they arrive to an empty state place. That's the only time where the website should have an empty state, but it's still an option. Probably not going to happen often, but still an option. So with that in mind, the app shouldn't have much empty states anyways, but just in case, that's a thing to think about. So for you, for the Cosmo Flow, I've seen who was that? Is it Zapier? Might have been Zapier that basically had before a ghost flow that was an example flow of like 3 steps of this is the trigger, this is what happens, this is the output, and this is like kind of grayed out. But if you wanted to use that same thing, you could just say use that template, and it just basically popped it out of existence, or popped it into existence with the opacity, and then you had your flow. So something like this could be a thing. Ispanel, that is an interesting name. Welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the string? That's the first question. Do you know why I don't have advanced layout? What do you mean by advanced layout? As in Figma? The newer thing with the aspect ratio thing? Like that? That's what you call advanced layout? I think. I mean, I would call that advanced layout. Maybe you're talking about something else. I like your name because it feels like it's Ismail, but Ispanel is interesting as well. So I don't. My brain is weird. Don't ask or ask. I don't know. So yeah, that's the bot is doubled. It doesn't really count. First time and second time, it's just weird. I don't ask. I'm not a dev. So yeah, I want to know what you call advanced layout, because that's the thing. But yeah, no, nonetheless, that is my point. You said something though. You do need to start distinguishing between website and app. What do you mean? No. The app is the app, and the website is the website, and then the server is the server. That's the same thing, anyways. Prof TV, hi, welcome on it. How are you? How have you been? Welcome back. At least, Chris, at least you have the third interview. Congrats. Did you have like an AI in the thing again? Can I create layout? I haven't 3 dots where layout is. Huh? You create a layout, so you are here, and you say in the layout section, you don't have the advanced layout. I don't think I've seen that. Security first. That's not gonna fly. The only advanced layout that I heard of is the aspect ratio, which is the newest thing, but also I haven't seen any related news about something called advanced layout, which is what kind of straddled me. Maybe I'm wrong. Good job. Yarwin, what did you eat? What did you eat? What was the food? You consume the content, and the server, the website is the website that brings you to them. The website is what display the app. Basically. The Karen is good. Chris, that's your body telling you to not do that. I'm doing good. Hair is growing. Not enough, but growing. Appreciate that though. Yeah. Bitch, get the fuck out. Sorry. Yeah, you basically want like this. I mean, you said this plus this, and then I combine them into one frame. Like that. when I have this, I don't really have anything that is advanced layout related. I do have auto layout, which might have been or might be what you call advanced layout, which is this thing right there. And if that's the case, then it's just like Shift A on your keyboard to get your auto layout features to get the advanced option. I'm trying to decipher what you're calling advanced layout. Still. Yeah, I think gut feeling a bit too seriously. I agree with that. Did you record the screen at least? Make it an emote, put it on stream. Can you share like a screenshot or preview or something, a link? I would love to see it. Like, it's first of all, it's weird that I haven't heard of it from my point of view. Being in Figma 24/7, so that's the thing. But also, like they don't have much about layouts other than auto layouts. Yeah, maybe it's the suggested layout that you're talking about. But doesn't seems to be. Yeah. I have seen box streams. We had Finch from the community have been building like a box trim plugin for Figma a long time ago, and he's been pretty good. But yeah, I've seen that it's now kind of available for CSS and for devs, which is really good. It doesn't. It will make no difference. I don't think any dev is going to use it anyways. However, I do think some of the designers that know about it and some of them, the devs like you that are interested in front-end stuff, are going to be able to like kind of push it to the devs to use it. The same thing as justify pretty, or I forgot exactly how it's called. But like when you basically have no one single word at the end of a title or something like this. I forgot. Text balance, yes. That that's the thing that is pretty interesting and good, but also like no devs is going to use it because first of all, a lot of devs are not really as up to date on the CSS part of things, and unless you're watching Kevin Powell's YouTube channel, you don't know about it. So it's something for designers. It's the same thing as OKCHL color things, to be able to have like one, you define like one color, main color, and then it generates like the color palettes for you automatically, so you don't have to do anything. That's a thing that I'm really happy with, but also no devs is not allow, but like aware of it, which is kind of weird. Good. Also, nonetheless, the text balance and the box trims are new features that are kind of just now getting support on all of the major browsers, which means then it will take a lot of time. So that makes sense that a lot of designers and a lot of devs are not really aware that it exists just yet. And OKLCH is the same thing. It's so new that no one knows, but it's good to know that it exists. So yeah, this panel, I don't know. I can't find anything related to advanced layout. Yeah, it makes way more sense for Tailwind specifically from the Tailwind 4 from the Tailwind 4 thing that they have. Most of the things regarding like the colors, thank you, appreciate it, makes a lot of sense because you just define your 500 and it will define the rest, which is basically what we used to do since material design, which was automated. That is sounding really weird, but I appreciate it. But yeah, it makes a lot of sense because you don't have to think much. Like it's the what's I guess radix color is gonna kind of give us the thing that we are looking for, but this is the same concept, not entirely, but kinda, where you know that your accent color is gonna be like this color, for example, and maybe your gray is gonna be a bit lighter or a bit darker, whatever. But that will kind of generate your whole color palette that kind of works. You can see that how this is switching to have like contrast ratio and all that. That whole system kind of makes sense because you define your 900 or your 9 in radix, and it then generate like that whole from 1 to 8 for your content, and then 9 and 10 is ensuring visibility on top of your backgrounds, and then accessible text 11, 12. That makes sense. That's an interesting overall system, and it does work really simply. You can just change the color, change the thing. It will generate your whole palette without really you having to think about it. And that's basically the same thing. Like this is basically what I've been talking about. You're welcome. When it comes to colors with opacities, I know you've been here before, you've heard me say that, but if you have an element that is like pure white right there and an element that is pure black right here, then these two are just in a frame, whatever, and then you just want your color, you put it in the center right here, and let's say you have, that's your color, right? Cool. Your 500, which is this one, which is the most bright, is the thing that you need. Maybe after that, you need things at, I don't know, maybe 80% or 90%. Cool. Maybe you have like 80, maybe you have 70, kind of wrong, but you know, 60, 40, whatever. The intensity of that color on light mode or the intensity of that color on dark mode is not identical, but almost equal. Huh, cool. Good news.
This panel is now following.
Appreciate it. So with that in mind, I mean, this is not, I should just do that. It would be way easier for me to just go 2 by 2 because you will get the transitions, but you can see, or at least you can see better here, that the intensity with opacity is like, this is really light on top of the white color, and this is really light on top of the black color. You're kind of good. And what is good about this with opacity, or the system with opacity, is that when I'm here and I just need to say, oh, you know what, my color now is not this, it's blue, or it's purple, or it's something else. I just need to change like one variable somewhere, and you have your entire palette that is working. So with that in mind, that works, not like that. And basically what happens in the OKLCH thing is a percentage of black or percentage of white added on top in addition to the main color. So you define your main color here, and then basically what happens is this. Where these are your darker color and these are your lighter color. And with doing that, you have basically created your entire color palettes going from light colors to darker color. And as soon as you define or you decide to just do like opacity based content by just pipetting on top of something. So if that was like that color right here, and it's really the same in solid color, you now have something really light. But you didn't have to do that. Then you have your full spectrum of colors in 5 seconds. That's the thing. That's basically what they do here, or what they do here to an extent. This one is a bit more complex, but it's not true. It's not a true color palette, but it's a working color palette. Like the entirety of the color palette itself is gonna be the fastest you can have all of your variables. And as soon as you think in material colors, spectrum, or in tailwind colors, and you say that this is your 500, your middle point, you know how many you want in lighter colors. So maybe you only need these. Like you don't need more than that. You just need 3 to go lower. And maybe this one is way too dark, like it's basically black, so you don't need that. Maybe this one is okay, but it's not good. And maybe this one is too close to the main, so you can just remove these, and you end up with a better range without having everything that is annoying. So with that in mind, like that's an option. You can have like your 500, your 400, 300, 200. Maybe there is a 100 that I missed, and same thing on the other side, like the other way around. But nonetheless, this is interesting as well. I agree with that. I agree with that. It's a very good representation of how the spectrum works. The thing is, it means nothing. Like if you are not someone that is interested in color theory, and in that whole weird ass thing, that looks like nothing. Like you don't really understand what's happening, why it's happening. But yeah, I do love this though. I do love the chroma thing, because it basically showcases what I'm talking about most of the time, which is the blues are really low. Therefore, the lightness of the blues are gonna be kind of skewed, and you can see like purple and blue being like kind of in the same spots, but then greens and yellow are impossible to manage on top of accessibility things. So you know, that's really good. But let me click on that. This is from 2 years ago, so I have the sound at the same time you don't. I'm sorry. This is from 2 years ago, so I definitely have it, or if they don't have it, they have removed it. Yeah. So this is UI 2, 100%. And then what I have is UI 3. So if you are currently in UI 3, right there, that thing in question doesn't exist. So maybe advanced layout is what we call auto layout, which is weird. So auto layout count, I would love to take a look at it. I'm guessing, I mean, again, based on what you just said a second ago, you said have multiple things, add a frame around it. Right? Something like this, for example. Maybe you're talking about layout grid to define like the columns. And then in your columns, you would have an advanced layout, which you define your layout. That might be the thing that you're talking about. But again, I haven't watched the entire thing, so I don't know. It doesn't seem to have anything in there that makes it all sense. Or that would be related to the layout other than auto layout. So that's why I'm confused. Really confused. But if that's your goal, if your goal is to create a functional drop-down menu using Figma, I'm guessing this is probably using Figma variables. We can have a look at that if you want. That is an option. But yeah, I'm not seeing anything related to something that is called advanced layout, which is, again, kind of weird. Also, bothered by the way that they work, but that's a me thing. Don't worry about it. Maybe I skipped it by mistake, which would be sad. It's at 5:15, which is close. Which I'm guessing is this, which is also layout. So it's basically a space around. Cool. So it's not this. Layout grid are shit. Don't use them. It's fine. When you're here, let me zoom in a bit. When you're here and you have your two elements, let's say that this one has like more space and this is somewhere around here. Cool. What you want to have is the space in the middle to be, well, extending, right? That's the goal. So what you need to do when you're here is define an auto layout frame, which is this button right there, the thing that says use auto layout. You can also do Shift A to create that. But once you do that, it creates this kind of arrangement. And if you click on this, you have auto or apply variable. Auto is basically what he had, which means that the elements are going to spread across. And you also have the ability to say different things. to have that working, but that is based on this to have that space kind of extend. This is basically space between or auto spacing in the center. That's about it. So if that's what you were looking for, that's it. And same thing on the other side. It just works. And like his whole system right here, again, because this is the UI2, the previous version of Figma, which apparently, because it's still in white, I'm guessing it's still before they introduced dark mode, which is a long time ago. What you're trying to achieve is basically this. So if you are there, you have like a frame that is your overall desktop frame. Inside of this, you have a logo somewhere, and then on the other side, you have like page names. You want these things to be stacked together on one side, which is an auto layout on the right. And then you want the entire thing, like the logo on the left plus the pages on the right, to be also in an auto layout. This right now is setting automatically the space between to be automatic, which means that if I have my frame 3 and I just resize it, it will work by default, just because of how the current version of Figma works. Once you have this, you know, based on his tutorial, that you want a spacing or padding margin around your elements to be somewhere around 16. So 1616 right there. That gives you a bit more space around the header. And then when you drop that in, what you kind of want to do is make sure that this thing is either you do that manually, just you place it there, which is an option. And then once that's done, it doesn't work. Like it's just doesn't work because your constraints are not set. You need to change this value right here to either left and right, or you use your shift key to click there and have both left, right. And now that will resize properly based on what you do. So I guess that's basically what you want to have based on that tutorial. And that's about it. The thing is, this is based on a regular frame, and you don't want a regular frame. You want an auto layout frame for your main content as well. So this entire thing here is also Shift A to create like an auto layout for this. This will go, or this will have a vertical alignment with maybe, I don't know, 48 in between. And what you want to have is your content here to be set to fill, so that it will fill the container every time. And then from here, like you're good, right? That makes sense. Let's say you wanted to have an element underneath. Just gonna take that, place it inside. It will just stack underneath. And that's gonna be your section for your next section for the landing page, for example. Let's say it's the hero header. It's gonna be like 500 and something. Then maybe you have another section right underneath that. You can duplicate it and you say that that's my secondary section. It's going to be a bit tinier. Then I have another section that is going to be kind of big. And you can see how things are stacking together pretty quickly. And that way I can have like a basic layout wireframe in like 3 seconds. And again, this still 100% because of current Figma setup, 100% working. Now, what I have to do is saying that this container right there, you know what? It's gonna be an auto layout frame, which encapsulate that specific rectangle. And instead of being like a vertical thing, it's gonna be a side-by-side thing. That rectangle is gonna take whatever space there is. And I'm gonna take a second one. I'm gonna put that in red. It's visible. You have the space in the middle. And now, when I'm resizing my website, both are resizing properly. So if you have a section with like an image and text, you can have a second section, maybe a third section, and in 3 seconds, you have a full responsive-ish website, which is basically what you want to have. Though, if you happen to have a massive screen, you don't want your website to look like this. Like this is way too much. So what you want to have is ensure that these have some sort of a max width or mid width. So maybe you want these to be with a max width of 1,000 pixel, which is not much. And maybe this is the same. Maybe this is also like a max width of 1,000 or maybe 1,200, just to be a bit wider. And it's still to the left, so you don't want that. You want the thing to be kind of vertically placed in your website. So you put that around here in the align center so that your website will scale underneath, but above 100 or 1,000 pixel will never go above that, so that doesn't break your layouts. So that auto layout, not advanced layout. Advanced layout doesn't exist, or at least that name doesn't exist anymore. So that's about it. And yes, you can do whatever the fuck you want with that, which is great. Specifically now with the newer versions of how Figma has created these things. Like if I had, let's say, my width is 496, I'm gonna for 496 for both. Right there, let's say that my images needs to be sticking to a fixed aspect ratio of 1:1. Now, when I'm gonna resize my frame, they're gonna stay squared inside of this thing without me having to do anything. That's pretty good. It's the same thing here. For example, I have like more space around there than I have around here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna remove the 16 on here and add 16 on the entire website so that I have my space, proper spacing, proper good things. Always have a bit of space on the side. All that. So yeah, if you have more questions, feel free to ask. That's why I'm here. That is the reason of the existence of the stream. However, don't ask right now because I'm gonna pee. 1 second. No, that will not happen. I mean, You know what? Why not? I mean, you can ask it now. Officially, today is Monday, which is an L day, which is a learning day. So if you have something to learn, ask away. Ask away. This is the day for that. But yeah, that's why I was confused, because advanced layout is, I think, the name that was used for auto layout in the past, and it just makes no sense. But now it does. So I get it. I get it. We good. We good. We good. Also, good news. My app has been approved on the App Store, not everywhere else. But if that happens, that means that we now have full multilingual support on CAD right there. Right here. That specific page. Obviously not working, god damn it. I knew that would happen. I knew that would happen. Good job. Oh, and I can't do that because the stream crashed and I can't access. God damn it, I can't show you. Bitch. This is so bad. Thank you, appreciate it. I'm gonna show you from here. From here is gonna be faster. Dang. That is now fully supported, and you can have your whole thing in German. Again, I don't know if everything works entirely. Like, as I can see, like, the challenge du jour is very French, but most of the things are in German, so that's a pretty good thing. I can't read it. But that has been approved, so I'm gonna need to do some marketing again about it to make sure that it's good. So, what the fuck? Not that that's not the right button, god damn it. Chris, you said so. Yeah, the interview. With another, let's schedule another one to discuss next steps, just like the previous one. I'm feeling that nothing was accomplished. That's good. I'm no closer to knowing if I'm on the right direction or not. But yeah, that is interesting. I mean, that's an interesting point of view to say, like, when is good for your next step I can hop back on. It's an interesting thing. I don't know if it would work. Why not? I don't know. I kind of pulled my shoulder. It's kind of sad. Hurts. Yeah. Listen, go to the gym as often as me, and then we talk. You know, that's not an excuse. I shouldn't. It should be the opposite. I know. I don't know how. I don't know what I did. That's the thing. I know what I did for my back because I'm old and I kind of tweaked my back last week. God damn it. But yeah. basically the gym for the new year, they have implemented a new thing for uh, the dumbbell rack, where they are now organized by weight. So they used to be organized by weight, and then people are kind of not placing them back. So it's just mismatch, and it's annoying. So they have implemented something with numbers, and people are supposed to bring things back in place. And obviously, it's been a month. So after a month, people are starting to not follow the rules. But it's been a month. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. It's pretty much working, yes. And basically 2 days ago, not 2 days ago, on Sunday, there was, not on Sunday, on Friday, there was a 33 kilos in the 14 kilo spot, which makes no sense. Like, it's double the weight. So I basically picked it up, but I usually don't take 30 kilos in one hand. So I tweaked my back by doing a bit of a reach from the side without really thinking. I just lifted it because it's not that heavy, but it's way heavier than what I'm used to. So I just took it, placed it back where it's supposed to be, sat back down for my set, and then stood up. I was like, "Eek." I'm still hurt. I am still hurt. So, yeah. We'll see. Maybe tomorrow is going to be better. I don't know. And for my back, I absolutely don't know what I did. That's the thing that is pissing me off, because it showed up this morning or yesterday. Not even. Yeah, this morning. So I probably have slept weird. I'm old. And ended up with a. It's kind of sad. It's kind of sad. But I'm reaching like the 22 kilos next week. So that's pretty good. Yeah. I mean, when I was in Japan and I like had my first vertigo episode thingy, which I'm blaming on something specific. Probably not the case, but might have happened. I had a bit of a fever, and what happened is I was on my bed trying to sleep, but it was too hot. And what happened is that I turned kind of fast, and that triggered my entire brain to just forget where things were, and then I just threw up for like 3 hours straight, just because everything was spinning. But that's because I switched side on my pillow a bit too fast. Yes. So that's the old age. Old age. God damn. I slept weird. Huh? Right? That's how we will blame the sleeping. I agree with that. I have more medical conditions. I mean, I don't know if I have more than you, but I have medical conditions that, yeah, are not necessarily good. Tips of the day: don't sleep. No, I'm also very careful. Kinda. I'm careful in the overall sleeping turn now. Like, when I'm during the night trying to change side, I don't like wipe my ass. Not wipe my ass, but like whip my ass. I do wipe my ass, but that's a different thing. Not in bed. Depends on the activities. You don't care about that. I I don't whip my ass to the other side without really paying attention to the speed at which I do it. Yeah, but I don't wipe my ass. It's kind of weird. Yeah. That sounds like a pretty accurate activities. Yes, I know that. The amount of time I punched my ex, why just the arm is just moving through the bed and she happens to be on the other side of the bed and I'm just turning. You haven't been here long enough, so you might not know about that. But the window that is right there, like the one that you can see in the background, right here, I broke it with my knee one night by turning in my bed, and I basically hurt my knee, and I was like, that's fine. And then in the morning I was like, fuck, they really hurt my knee. So I just opened the curtain and I was like, shit, the window is shattered from the bottom to the top. Just whoop, big ass line. So yeah, no, it's double pain. So just the internal ones was good, but yeah, then that happened. And now, same thing. Now I'm sleeping farthest away from the window, and I'm kind of safe. So yeah, I'm not from the US. So I'm from a state of depression. But yeah, no, that kind of. Since then, I kind of started turning slowly. No, I know my metric system. The ununited states of Europe, yes. Yes. Chris, I don't like feet. I'm not American. That's the usual joke. I really have a hard time with the like builder crews. Like the people that I'm watching on YouTube that are building houses, because they are not using metric for every dimension, and so they are like 3/16 of an inch. It's just weird. So yeah, not Austria. Nope. We are known for using a white flag. Yes, yes, we are. And we do. We're probably going to use it again soon, to be honest, based on the activities. I have doubts, though. I have doubts. We'll see. I'm going to move out before that. It's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. But yeah, no, that thing, not good. I'm from France, sadly. Sadly, from the French region of France. And I used to live in Japan, which I rather be right now. But yes, yeah. I mean, that makes a lot of sense. That's a very white flag activity. The thing that I do like, brace yourself. I don't like much, but like, is as French, we do complain and go on strikes and riots kind of often for the good reasons, often for the bad reasons, but like mostly for the good reason of striking. And we don't really white flag on these departments until things change. But when it comes from in the past, when it comes from other countries trying to do stuff to us, we're like, we don't want to fight. Just white flag is fine. It's just forget about it. Just just there, like just we good. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's okay. Very French. I thank you, appreciate it. I do. I mean, English is my first language, as in it's my primary language. It's the one that I use most of the days, and it is what I'm the most comfortable in. I'm also becoming more comfortable in Japanese. So French is getting down the line. So my French accent is getting removed and my Japanese accent is taking over my English. I've seen that in many places. So that's bad. And the reason for that is because most of the Japanese words that exist right now are English words that are said in Japanese. So a taxi is going to be taxi. Starbucks is Starbucks. So these are examples. Like French fries are potato fried. You know, things. So with that in mind, when I'm speaking Japanese and I need to speak with other designers in Japanese, most of our words are English words. Typography is typography. Font is font. Color is color. So I know I recognize sometimes that I'm speaking English here on stream, and then there is a word that is just said in Japanese without really saying it properly, which is bad. Which is bad, but it's good. It's good for me to know that my brain is kind of figuring it out how the Japanese stuff works. But yeah. The thing that is kind of annoying, Chris, which they probably maybe they probably will at some point. But maybe, I mean, I'm thinking about it, maybe not. Because they've learned it at the same time. So basically, there are 2.5 languages that they speak on the daily is their native languages, rather than me that have like the French language that then has had English added to it and then Japanese added to it. So it's on top and on top. What's basically happening for me is like my words in French are disappearing and I forgot how to say them. But also sometimes the word in English is disappearing and I don't remember how to say it in Japanese, English, or French. And I forgot. But I used to know. So I'm guessing that that's not a thing. Yeah, I kind of know Japanese to an extent. I'm not fluent. Because it's hard. No, it's not that hard. Japanese is pretty easy. It's just the vocabulary that is complicated for me. So right now I built my app for that, which I'm like, I can't showcase, goddamn, I can't. But yeah, I built these. I built this specifically so that people that are interested in learning Japanese will have the ability to do so. And that's the whole system. Yeah, that's still in German. That's interesting. I need to change that. That is because, oh, that's sad. That is because my language is not linked. I see. Yes, cool. No, that's a TD. Sorry, it's not what I'm talking about. Like that needs to be restarted, right? Now this is in English. Okay, so this is interesting. I have this issue. I've had this issue for a bit now, where the word, the console word here, is in the current language. So if you are in English and you have the thing, it's cancel, it's good. But if I switch language in the settings and I go back to French, for example, this is going to be still saying stuff in English like this, like challenges in a row, daily challenges, reset in, and reward coins. That is still in English. However, as soon as I say that is like killed and I restart it, this is now going to be fully French, which is sad, but yeah, fully French. So that's the thing that I need to fix. I just send a fucking build. God damn it. Every time. God damn. Every fucking time. So yeah, and right now, like, that thing is still gonna be in French. But yeah, to answer the question, I don't speak fluently. I can speak fluently about certain topics, and I'm speaking to myself in Japanese from time to time to ensure that I have some of my kind of languages barrier kind of broken. But I'm having classes on every Saturday. I have classes every Wednesday as well. We just practice and ensure stuff like the latest. Bitch, where you at? Right there. 1 second. The last activity that I've been having is basically introducing written forms, as in very much me written forms, and that's been my whole system. Like, this is the whole writing system, having all of the kanjis, all of the meanings. They're like readings. Each of the readings that you can see, like on that columns right there. But yeah, that all day, not all day, but like most days, trying to make sure that I kind of understand. The thing is, it doesn't work for me. It's kind of weird. I'm trying, but it makes no sense. The writing things doesn't really make it stick in my head. I think because of my dyslexia and how letters and characters just looks the same to me. I don't really have the ability to associate how to read a character with the character itself, which is really sad. But I don't have a choice. So that's the thing. I need to do that. I need to do that. I mean, having the ability to change language. Also, Chris, I just read your message entirely. I read the beginning of your message, then I continued speaking, and then I just read the end. That's something that we do with my sister as well, because sometimes it is easier to just communicate in English, and when we're talking about documentations or things that we are like studying, reading, all of that is also pretty like switched, and we both learn from English. So that is something that we do. We can sometimes like just at dinner are talking in French and then just switch to English, or she's speaking in English, I'm responding in French, and then sometimes it's the opposite. So it's just, it happens. Yeah. Born in Spain. I see. Where are you living now? And from Spain is pretty... I can't... I've been to Spain twice. And every time it was too hot. So, yeah. Takes a few minutes to change. That is interesting. Yeah. I mean, you probably have been here before where someone is coming in and is French and I'm instantly like switching to French and trying to explain things in French because that is interesting. Oh, cool. Which side of... Because that's massive. Are you more on the Japanese side or are you more on the European side? I'm guessing you're more on the European side based on the time zone, which is still early. Otherwise, it's like 4 in the morning, and what the fuck are you doing awake? But, you know. Like right now, I'm trying to do the same thing with Japanese and have the ability to switch to Japanese really quickly and say something or respond to a video on TikTok that I'm seeing of something that is just in Japanese that makes sense. But also lately, kinda, not really lately, but kinda lately, like on my feed on like kinda YouTube specifically, I'm having some of the YouTubers from Japan that I'm following and like listening to. Some of them, god damn, still alive. This one, like Ike-chan today, or the video that she posted 3 days ago that I watched today, she had like some specific Japanese phrase that I learned in class 2 weeks ago, and my brain picked it up. So that's pretty cool. That's a pretty neat thing. However, very important, however, I don't know what it means. I just recognized it. I forgot what it means. Still, good. You're near Moscow. That's interesting. Well, I hope everything is fine. I know it's not fine. But, you know, fine. To an extent. But yeah, like that's a very, very interesting thing for me, at least right now, to move on into just switching languages fast. Yeah, it's not fine, but fine. I know. I mean, you've been, as in the country itself, has been kind of separated from the rest of the world for a long time now, in terms of some of the things that you can have, bitch, some of the things that you can have, and you can do throughout. So that's an interesting thing as well, to see that the country is still alive, which is good. God damn. Yes. Huh. And now we die. Good job. Good job, me dying. Oh. So yeah. The thing is, I wouldn't be able to switch to Japanese on stream, because most of you wouldn't understand. Whereas if I switched to French, at least 4 people would be able to understand. Most of the times. So that's an interesting thing as well. But if you're all using the app, you know, you may be able to understand. But yeah, like right now, the thing that I'm learning there's this. So I'm currently learning kanji characters, specifically the one that were in my journal notepad thing. Are you gonna make it? Nope. So close. God damn it. Yeah, that was close. Like this is interesting. This is like chu, and so shusha, right there, shusha is to park or the fact of parking, and then like shusha jo. So jo is a bit of a space, and so parking spot, but there is plenty. So it's a parking lot. So it's basically parking. And that so far seems interesting because you have just shu or chu, which is the reading for this. But then you have this one, for example, which is mu or nai. And so sometimes it's read as mu, mukyo, or mukyu. And then he is muri, which is fine. But then on its own is nai. So all of that is annoying. Like that's not really a thing that you have in French. Not entirely still, there is. But not as often. And you don't have that. Where ko, muko, muka, muki, like that. That's a lot. And the thing is, muki, if the k is next to a very similar sound, like a vowel sound, it might be turned into a gi. So it might become something like mugyo in some situations, but that's not necessarily here. It's mostly in the common speech, like when you're talking about stuff and just you need to do a transition in what we call the liaison in French. That's the same thing. Like you have to do stuff to make the words sound more natural, and so all of that is just it's really hard for me to recognize these letters. I will one day, maybe. I don't know. I doubt it. Have I seen Perfect Days? Maybe. Nope, haven't seen that. I see that it's a movie from 2023. So I'm gonna say that I don't think I have seen movies that came out since 2018. Maybe something that came, maybe like two or three that came out after, but I haven't had nor took the time to watch movies in a long time. So probably not. I mean, I still have seen things, but I wouldn't say much. But you know, I have never heard of this. Even. Bitch. Ah. Sorry, that was weird. Mhm. Mhm. Yeah. I don't trust the French. Right there. I don't trust the French. I also don't trust that person, for many reasons. But yeah, Yeah, I don't know. But no, I haven't seen that. To answer your question directly, I have not. I have not. I have not. I think I'm trying to think what is the last movie with actors that I've seen. I don't know. I don't know. Even my list doesn't really have many movies in there. Like the last one in queue is Bullet Trains, which I watched in the flight to Japan in 2023. And then same thing, Venom, New Mutant, even the Multiverse have been seen in flight, which I didn't really watch them. It's just like they need to keep me awake, so I'm just there. I think the only one that I kind of watch on my own outside of a flight have been The Gray Man, I think. But yeah. Well, maybe, yeah, but no, Turning Red is not with actors, with real people. Yeah. Not much. Also, some of them I have re-added to the list without really watching them. Like this one, it's been a while, but it's there on my list. Maybe Matrix has been the latest one. Yeah, I kind of liked it a lot. I had a panic, not a panic attack, but I had like a bit of an issue in the plane because I didn't eat enough, and the combination of the food and all the things while I was watching it, which is kind of sad because it was really good. But yeah, I kind of laughed the most. I think that's one of the movies that I laughed the most at while watching it. So it was pretty good. Pretty good. I guess now it's mostly like most of the things that I'm watching are TV shows, and the TV shows that are good, specifically with the one with actors, are gonna be like the I mean, Shogun has been really good for me. Loki has been really good as well. The last Airbender has been pretty good as a surprise. Wasn't expecting it, but still pretty good. The One Piece one has been pretty good. I'm really impressed by Netflix anime adaptations lately. Not all of them, but like the last time the One Piece things have been pretty good for the adaptation. God damn, Melly. Hi, welcome on in. I didn't really understand your post on TikTok yesterday. That threw me off. But welcome on in. How are you? How have you been? So that's an interesting thing. And then the Sandman has been pretty good as well. This has been shit. Kind of sad. I'm really sad about it. I was really sad. I think I talked about it, but Miss Marvel was or had the opportunity to do something really good, and it did it. And I was really sad about it. And it was one artist, they used her music in a Dutch series. She couldn't watch it because Netherlands. Oh, I see. That's sad. Starting with life again? What do you mean? What happened? I'm not aware. What happened? I'm pretty good. I think. I mean, let me check. Since your previous December 2023. December 2023. Oh, god damn, you missed everything. December 19th. I was in Japan. December 23rd, or technically 24th. I was in the hospital for 3 weeks until January 14th. I now have a brain thing. That's fun. I need to do an injection every month to remain stable, which is good. It's fine. I'm fine. I came back to France, sadly. I started to build an app to learn Japanese, and it's released. It's there. If you know, it's there. If you are still on Android, the Android version is coming up soon. And then I'm planning out to not run out of money because I still don't have a job. Yeah. Other than that, we're good. That's a very short recap. Good. I mean, having an online break is pretty good. If you need that, or if you think that you need it, take the breaks that you need. Like it is necessary for us to kind of have these breaks. So yeah, I would do that. Personally speaking, I would take the breaks. I would take the breaks. That would make a lot more sense when necessary. But yeah, also we have Sam right there. We now just have an M. God damn it, the delay. I mean, I guess I can do a Sam again. Yeah. But yeah, no, taking a break is really useful. I think right now I could benefit from taking a break from the internet as well. Not because it has any negative impact on my life in general, or it has any negative activities linked to it, but mostly because I need to focus on other things, and I should have done the break until today, basically, to focus on building the app and releasing it. But also, that's not fun. So yeah. Also, if I disappear for like a month, there is no one left when I come back. So I mean, there will be Stony, maybe. I don't know. Probably. But yeah. Have you? I remember that the last time that you were building something in Blender, you were doing the chandelier slash room slash throne slash gothic environment thing. I think that's the last thing that I remember. But I also remember that you became really good compared to some of your first streams. Obviously, time passed. Do you think that you have maintained your skills, or do you think you have lost some of them? Inquisition time. All the questions. All the questions. Did that happen? Am I good on that? Am I still not there? God damn it, still not there. It's not gonna take long. You just need to fall on me, and I'm flat. Just the bitch is like twice my size. The hunt is gonna be pretty. The only thing I can do is either climb or go into tiny spaces, like things which have height limits. You know, that might work, but that's about it. Um, oh, cool. That is neat. Yeah, I mean, I could see that as a thing if you're used to build something for yourself. Yeah. Um, yeah. Was he also a tourist from the Netherlands, for example? As if that's a question. This might be the reason. Big ass bitch right there. Yeah. Dark and rainy seems pretty accurate. Yes, I agree with that. I would agree with that. Ah, sorry. 1 second. Oh, god damn. Not that. I'm so sad. I'm so sad. Hmm. 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 There is, I don't know if you've seen, I mean, you probably haven't. I'm saying that as if, but um, there has been some people that we have had in common that have been streaming without us not noticing. Like that person has been streaming for some reason, and also Crystal has been streaming as well, which is interesting. She came back after a long while as well, so that's an interesting thing. Maybe you will pop back in that feed at some point, probably. Um, so yeah, Stony popped off. I've been to France twice since I was offline. You went to Paris, Lille, Bordeaux, and Lyon. Which one do you like? Bordeaux, I guess. I guess. I mean, Lille is shit. That is very French of me. Paris is sad. Lyon is Paris, but it's different. And Bordeaux is just chill. We fine. Good. Yes, it does. It does. Paris is is where I live, so I can't say much, but I will say much. Paris is just shit. I think Paris as a place, if you are alone and you don't have someone that kind of knows stuff around, you are in for the touristy things or just walking around without really knowing what you're doing. And that's okay, but it's not great. The like Leo, if you do that, you're kind of good. You have some things to look at, and it's okay, but it's not the best. Bordeaux is kind of nothing happens. I mean, there are things, but it's kind of nothing happens. And then Lille is just dead. Lille is north. So dang. That's yeah. I think it's because it's close to the Netherlands. Have a good movie time. Also, yes, Chris, I do agree with that. Because you're used to it. That's the thing. Like your nose get used to things that smells, which is sad. What is that message that you're kind of replying to? I can't follow now. God damn it. I have to drop down event I want to do when I click out the event button itself. It would be closed to do it. Take a look at that. Bitch, what the bitch. Sorry, that. Oh, I need access to that. I need access to that to take a look. Let me in. I see. You have asked question. That is an interesting background. You asked questions about stuff. You want the drop down here, this panel. You want the drop down here to expand and open with content in it, right? Yes. Okay, cool. And that's the content that you have. Okay. So so this is okay of a behavior as a starting point to enter that you have like your event here and then it expands to this. That's an okay thing to do. You may have prototype things that I can't see here because I don't have editor access. So that's the first thing, which don't give them to me. I will not be able to access them anyways. But that is a bit inefficient, but that's fine. I don't we don't mind about that right now. The thing that you need to have, let me see if I can just do that. Which I can. Right? You have that. And your current set is this. Cool. So that opens, which is the case. And if you click on something, you want it to close back, right? That's what you want. What you kind of want to have, let me see. If I do this, and I make sure that this is black, right? Let's see. I think that's going to be a tad big. Right? You have this, and then you click on something, it's selected. Ah, it's wrong. And then you want it to close. Which is basically when this happened, you want it to close. Cool. Which kind of works to an extent. Like it's okay. It's not immediate, but it's okay. So you could, first thing first, you could in this say that if you like click on that, once it's selected, instead of having the that out on click, you could have that after delay. So you make that after a delay of, I don't know, 300 milliseconds, 100 milliseconds, like nothing. That means that if, or technically when, I'm opening it and I'm clicking there, for example, it's going to just close right after. So it has a teeny tiny amount of delay to automatically close instead of stay open. That's the first thing. The second thing that you can do is, instead of saying after a delay, you close it, you want to say when the mouse leave. So that means as long as the thing is going to be open, like if I'm here and I click on the second one, which is what I had, as long as I'm here, it's going to be open. As soon as my cursor is going to be outside of that container, it's going to close. So what usually happens in behavior when you're doing a presentation, you click on something and then you move. And so it kind of looks natural. If you go kind of fast, you say, well, we'll go there, and then it transition, whatever. That's an option. The thing that I would say that you didn't do is, this is a tad too over-engineered to an extent. I want to click out the event to close anyway. Well, I think if it's on an iPhone, it's gonna be this effect, like on click, it's gonna just do something. Like after a delay, move out. I think that's the easiest option, but yeah. I guess if you just do that, like that after a delay, transition for all of them, basically. Right, so you're here, then you click on this, close back. Yeah, you had a link a second ago, which you have right there. God damn. Yeah. I mean, that's the same, right? It's the same behavior. However, this is not opening, like, or closing anything. It's staying the same. Right there, it's staying open until, because it opens like a new website or new page. So, not giving you a lot to do with or to play with. But yeah, when you click outside the button, the underline gonna close. Well, if I click outside, nothing happens. If I click on it again... Oh, you mean this is underlined? And then if I click here, it just not underlined again. I don't think you can do that in Figma easily. You can. I don't think it's a good idea to do that in Figma. I think it's easier to give that to the devs and say on selection, it has underline and not, it doesn't. Like the base, God, wait, what happened? The base of it is going to be Stony, is it after? Like colon after or colon before? That works for the overstates? Like that can be added to overstates? I forgot. I think it is. I'm unsure. Yeah, I am now unaware. Oh, interesting. Interesting choice right there. But yeah, it's basically going to be some sort of a... Like right now the issue, I mean not the issue, but like if I'm clicking on it, there is an underline, which is something, which means that this is the focus state, I guess. I guess this is just the focus state, like focus is underlined, which triggers something else. That's a 69. Sorry. I think. I mean, to me, it seems like this is going to be mainly the focus state. Yeah. Basically is. Like on focus, it has the underline. So that is going to be your CSS values of focus state. Yep, exactly. They did it in code directly. And oh, you could. Yeah, you could. Yeah, I think it just like has focus. You know what? Bitch, what the fuck are you doing on the side? Or not on the side, technically. I want you there. I want you there. Yeah, it is. Right here, it's the focus state right there. Focus is on and off, and then hover is the same. You can be non-focused, but hover is the same. So your hover and your focus state in code are going to be the same. That's going to give you the underline. Again, achieving that in Figma, you can do the hover state, you can't do the focus state. So, like you can do that pretty easily. It's going to be a bit of a mess in your setup, but it is feasible. And the way that you achieve this is basically by saying this specific line right here that I'm having above. Yeah, basically. here, this thing is going to be a component, and that component specifically is going to use that. That's going to break. 1 second. Brace yourself. Oh. What? I should have done that. Well, that's gonna break. Yep. So, anyways, you need to have like your main text as a component outside, and then this is gonna have an option like on hover is gonna have the hover variation right there. That hover variation, the text underneath, is gonna have the underline decoration. So underline right there. So while hovering in your prototype option, this, while this is hovering, so not on click, but while hovering here, it's going to have this, meaning that as soon as you get out, from here, hovering, I'm getting the transition with the underline. And as soon as I'm out of it, it's basically just not there. So that ensure that I can kind of move through things, and then when I click on something, it's just going to close immediately because that's what I selected. But that's not exactly what you want to have. You want to have it with the on click. It's activate and stays underlined, but that's mostly like a code thing. So, I mean, you can. Not recommended, but you can. But not recommended. But that's basically it. That is basically it. You just need that for the effect itself. And then the good thing is, once you have that done, you don't need any of these. Like these things, not necessary. Because your prototype is now just this for the hover state and this for the active states. So when you're there, this is open. If I click, it will close. And if I open it again, if I click on this one, for example, it will close again as well. Because it just basically registers the click and it closes back. And you have your hover state. But that's about it. That's all you can do, or as much as you can do for this to be kind of making sense and working together with what Figma can do. Most of the things that you're talking about are mostly going to be things that are code base rather than Figma base. Figma is gonna give you a bit of an idea, and specifically for your devs to tell them, oh, that's how things are supposed to be. For example, today, bitch, where you at? There, one in the center. Like today, I had to kind of send something. Like I built this thing for the multilingual support on the app, and so I just wanted to have like a preview to explain like this is how it's gonna pop up on top of the content. This is a fake content, like very washed out, and then this is how it's built. So we have an animation with all of the text and then what is in there, the selector for the language, all that. Really simple, really easy. So that's the initial send to showcase to the dev what is gonna happen. And then for them to understand how things are built, I just give that every time. Them being myself. I just give that to have the construction and ensuring that I have most of the values and transitions, colors, spacing, all that kind of set up. So it's just easier to build. That's the base. So I guess for you, it's basically the same thing. You would just need on your file, right here, you would just need something that says, while, did I press the wrong button again? I did. While here, like on hover, this is the state. And then when open, this is the state. So this is going to be underlined. And then you just define your focus state that has the underline. I don't know if in the Mom UI kit we do have this. I have a feeling that we do. But this is basically a line button. So, because we don't really have the focus state, it's just underline. It's going to be the same. But, you know, it works similarly. It works similarly. Yeah. But that's about it. That's about it. Also, because you are in Russia, you probably can find this for free somewhere. Don't ask me how I know. I don't. You probably can find it for free somewhere. Just if you want to. I would rather not, but you know, it's the internet. I don't mind. But yeah, no, that's that. I guess that's about it for this. For your question specifically. No, I don't mean button prototype. I mean my whole UI kit that I'm selling. Like the whole thing. That is probably available for free somewhere. I mean, yeah, I don't mind. Like it is what it is. I can't really do anything about it. If you prefer to pirate things, well, go for it. What do you want me to do against it? Nothing. So, hey. That's not the price. Don't do it. Don't do it. But yeah, no, other than that, I don't think I can help more on this specific things. If you have more questions, as always, happy to help. Happy to help. I was gonna do something, yes. So, we didn't talk about it a slight second, but I might be building a project, a code project, on stream through AI stuff. But still, I might. The project in question is this one, which is T3, or I call it T3 or 3T, depends. That is just a personal thing. The current, yeah, that's the point. That's the ID. Also, I'm not doing much, but like since I started this today, I already have most of the things done. So, you know, Um, so the current state of the ID of what it is something that only me can build. Not because technically it is interesting. It's not. It is just because only me has that knowledge. And this is a travel guide ish thing for people that don't like people. So if you are going into France, for example, and you are interested in going to places that are not really crowded, not really touristy, but still good, you have the recommendation from someone that knows the places, as in myself. I don't want to be in places where there is a ton of people. I don't like that. So right now we have places in Paris and places in Tokyo. Tokyo obviously is gonna kind of take a bit of time to happen, but you know, that's probably gonna happen. And then obviously because we needed a third one, I have New York, but it's not gonna be New York. It's probably gonna be Berlin because I know stuff in Berlin as well. That's the current plan of the app project principle thing. This is something that I started a while back now. And it's not perfect. It's still like kind of broken, and it has like a lot of inertia when navigating the this. I don't like it. I know why. I know what's broken. I will figure it out later. I think right now it's using MapKit, which is not necessarily the good one or the thing that I want, but at least as a proof of concept, that should be a pretty good system. And so right now it is just a bare bone 3 tabs, 3 maps, or basically the same maps but 3 times. And potentially at some point we will have some pins to define the locations. The locations are going to be held into core data. No. No soggy lettuce, no. Core data system, which means that we would need, or at least I would need to understand a bit better how things are structured. So potentially on Wednesday stream, we will have a bit of a creation system of the database, the content, how it works, how it's linked to the free database that Apple provide for free. For free. Apple is providing things for free. Can you believe that? And as of right now, it is an iOS-based thing. I'm doing that because it's easier. It is easier to kind of like build for myself. I know that if I would go into JavaScript, TypeScript, whatever, some of the AI assistant that I'm using are going to be way more accurate and precise and better suited to work with me. But I don't like React Native. I don't like React in general. And SwiftUI is much better for me. So right now, that's why that's happening. If it's good, if it's a product that is interesting, if it's something that works, I'm going to go to do the same route as earlier with the other app and build this through Android and Kotlin and all that. But, you know, that is the plan. So as of right this instant, we currently have this Trek UI kit from the community, right? Which contains some things that are not necessarily good. It had like a full desktop design and I kind of removed it because it was not necessarily what I needed. I could re-download the fucking thing to get access to it, but yeah. It has some interesting stuff, at least for now, in these pages, as in the details, the confirmation of reservation, if that happens anyway. I doubt it, but at least the page details of locations and the types of that. I have a full concept in my head, but we have like this travel app here. We also have this page that I was sharing earlier. This is mainly images because this is officially a paid UI kit, and they just showed that as what's included. There was a link to go to the paid version, but you know, because I'm using AI, I just need that. I don't need the rest. So, and then there is the Uber Eats app, which I do think that this view, or the previous view from the previous version of the app, was kind of better. So we might integrate something similar to this. However, as of right now, I don't know exactly which map source are going to be the best. The one that I have in mind, which is the one that I used to work with, is Mapbox. Mapbox have been amazing for years now, and they have like so much things that are so good. So I'm thinking to potentially go through that and use like the initial kind of system of like not even navigation, but just maps, like locations, because 25,000 active users, I think I'm going to be good. I think I'm going to be fine. So that would imply working with an API, which would be kind of the first time, but would probably be better. And that's an interesting thing for Monday, for a learning session, I think. I don't know. But I think my box is going to be much better, mainly because of the overall map activity, like the beautifulness of the map itself and how it's supposed to work, and how like detailed you can go through, or how simplistic you can make it. Like I could have the most minimalistic app ever, which is kind of what I want. So that's the idea. That's the idea. You know, well, probably gonna use Mapbox. That's just my current plan, to go through things, and if it works, I'm good. Like, look at that, look at that. How cool is this? Goddamn. Sorry, that's just like just having a light mode, dark mode switch between the two. Just that. Just simple as this. Good. Nothing else. Nothing like this. Nothing like this. Just minimalistic map. Anyways, I derail myself. So Mapbox is going to be probably the provider for the map. That's what I have in mind. And then the concept, as I just said, is a location guide or travel guides for people that don't like to go to places that have too many people. So this, however, I'm going to say that here, I can't guarantee it, because I don't like physically am in the spot at the time that I'm writing things. So the only thing that I have is the places that I went to that were not really crowded, and that were not, or haven't been so far, overused or often mentioned in TikToks, Instagram Reels, other platforms that I've seen. So I'm just kind of, the app could be called Gatekeep Travel, you know? Yeah, cool. Could do that. Yes. So that's the idea. Like places where there is not as much people. That's the plan. It's also, I'm gonna say it, marketing wise, I'm targeting the numerology girlies. That's gonna be one of the primary target, based on the name, based on other things, based on some of the contents. Yes, there will be some numerology related stuff, which I'm not really a fan of, but it's business-wise, a pretty good idea. So, we might, probably will, either go over what I build during the day on that project through the streams, or do building through the streams. Again, I think for structural stuff like database, API management, and all of that, I would say that could be really good for Mondays, for like days like today of learning days could be really good. And then on Wednesday, obviously, I would have created something during the Tuesday, and therefore on Monday during the day as well. But you know what? Whatever. But then on Wednesday, we can have like a more creation thing where we go over some code potentially. You scream at me because I don't know what I'm writing, because I'm not writing things, and everything is happy. Everyone is happy. I'm not, you're not. We good. Peace out. All that. You don't know what numerology is. Interesting. That's what it is. It is a belief in an occult, divine, or mythical relationship between numbers and one or more coincidences event. It's also the study of the numerical values via the alphanumerical system of the letters in the world of names. Yes, it is astrology, but with numbers. So, T3 might have, or has, in the title as a starting point, a very heavy numerology thing. And you may have seen like may have seen, maybe not, but like you may have these ones. You may have seen that where they have like different significations. It depends where you are reading them, which is kind of weird. Like 111 is intuition. Like right now, let's say it is 4 a.m. and 44 minutes. You may be protected in the people, like, you know, thinking about that. Or if you are looking for change, you may have a 555 in your everyday activity. So there is something that happens that people are linking to numerology often, where they see numbers and repeating numbers often. So, you know, right now it is on my side 2105, meaning that when it would be 2220 and 20, I mean, from 2220 to 2229, there is a 222 in that, which means that it's alignment in the right place if I'm seeing it at that time, which usually doesn't happen, but you know, that. Nonetheless, it has a bit of numerology in it just for business wise, and it's kind of fun, but we'll see where that goes. But yeah, that's a plan. It is just a plan. It doesn't mean that things will happen. That project has been in the works since 2024, kinda, when it comes to the content. So we have some things, specifically in Tokyo, obviously, and obviously in Paris as well. But that is going to be the plan. The third location, because we want 3 tabs at least at the bottom. Right now it's just like New York, and there will be like, there is favorite at the end. I don't think favorite is going to stay there. I think it's going to be profile something. It could be just Paris Tokyo profile, just that as now, but we'll see. That's the idea. That's a plan for me, at least, to have something that is built in public and built in public with you as the viewers, if you have some ideas that might help, I don't know, it could be something. And yeah, that's a plan. Again, not promising anything, but if it works, it works. I'm happy with it. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Codrin, hi. Welcome in. Welcome back. How are you? How's your day going? I appreciate it. You said that when I had the hair in all the sizes. All the sizes, all the directions. God dang. So yeah, so that's a kind of good thing. I'm also thinking of the implications when it comes to like the freeness of it. Again, right? 25,000 users with map and location enabled together through an iOS database. I feel like that's fine. I feel like that's okay. I'm not gonna reach that tomorrow, so should be good. And we'll see. We'll see. Also, I didn't talk about that, but officially, since yesterday, um, for real, has 1,000 active users. Like there has been 1,000 download of the app, and there is about 2.2 session per users per day, which is pretty good. Which means that most of the users that are on the app currently are using the app at least once a day. And or maybe some people are using the app multiple times a day and some people are not. That's queuing the values, but like 2.2 on 1,000 users is pretty good. So yeah, and as said, Android has been published or sent for review and will be somewhere, I don't know, available. Something that is kind of weird is that every time I open the fucking app, it's triggering the location system, which is kind of weird because I'm not using the locations. So something is using the location on that app that I need to remove. That's not the goal. How are you, Codrin? How's your day going? How's everything? Yeah, I'm seeing things now. God damn it. So yeah, and for like other people, like Chris, you said like if I want recommendation from where you are without giving you location, that would kind of defeat the purpose of the app recommendation from myself to you, because I would take recommendation from someone else's and I would have never been there. So maybe the level of quiet that I like is non-working or not the same level of quiet that, you know, would work. So yeah, but yeah, I could like the dog, like your dog. Yes, I know. You had a dog napping. I know. It happens. It happens. But yeah, so that's a plan. I think for the next, I'm guessing the next month and a half. That's probably going to be the case. And what that implies is if I do have the time and if I decide, which is going to be a bit of a step forward for me, I don't know if that will happen, but if I decide and I take my courage and I do that, and we code on stream and we build something on stream together, it kind of implies that the thing that I'm currently doing during the day, god damn it, it could be streamed, meaning that I could start a stream at 10 a.m. and have a full day of stream. Not saying that it will happen. I'm saying that it could. So, you could have me yapping in the background for 16 hours a day. You know, all that. Not 16 hours a day. That will never happen. But you know what I mean? You will have the whole system, the whole way of what's happening during my day, which is nothing. But yeah, that's an option. That is an option, because the content of the stream is basically going to be building the app or the project itself. If the goal is to show you how I use AI and how I use like assisted IDE to build stuff that works, maybe that could be interesting. I don't know. The thing is, again, based on my experience from today, to build the thing basically 2 hours before I started to go live, the whole system has been, here is the prompt, build something, do the code, look at the Xcode, and then see how it doesn't work, take the error message, put it back in the AI IDE, and then just let it do the thing. And yeah, so I don't know if I'm gonna get a lot of hate. I'm probably gonna have a lot, but at the end of the day, if you come in from outside and you're shitting on the project, and that's your first message, I'm not gonna come back here ever. Like, I'm gonna just ban you immediately, and it's gonna be fine. Like, I don't really care. Like, if you don't really appreciate how I work or how I do things, that's on you. But if you take time out of your day to just hate on me because I'm using something that you can't use or don't want to use, that's on you. It's not on me. That's on you. So, you know, I don't care. I don't know. It depends. I could also do that, yes. It depends. I don't know. I don't know if you have to deal with it. It can just happen. That depends on the people. Like the guy that came in on Friday and spoke Russian or whichever, I forgot. Wrote in Cyrillic. That's what I will say. Was it really a nice comment overall? But you know, I don't think we're gonna see that person again. Just saying. I don't know. I doubt it. But also Russian, so different mentality. But when you're first, if that's your first message, that's kind of weird. Like, you come in and you say something along the line of, like, basically you just have a big ego. I'm a streamer. What do you expect? Like, have you never been on the internet before? It's just useless. I don't need name, so you know. Name. Oh, that's weird. Yeah. Yeah, that is crazy. The thing is, the main issue with designers, I'm gonna say it. The main issue with designers, specifically designers online, most designers can't take critique or don't understand critique, and most designers can't give critique. Yes, Stony, that was my point. that is my point. Like, you can't come on a stream and say, dude, you have a big ego, or you have such a big ego, and nothing else as your first message. Like, that you are on a streamer's stream. Like, it is a vanity profession on its own. The goal is to feed my ego with my skills, basically, which is the point of the stream. Like, I'm helping you because I have the skills, therefore that my ego is just growing because, you know, I have the skills, and that's the goal. What did you expect? I don't know. Anyways, so going back to the designer things, designer don't know how to take critique, and they don't know how to give good critique. A good critique is, this is not great, but this is how you can improve. Whereas a bad critique is, this is bad, you should look at someone else and get inspired there. That is basically giving you like the, yeah, I know that your thing is shit, but I'm just gonna show you like an example of how it's better. And so you need to get inspired by the thing that is better than you, and I'm not gonna give you anything. And so when someone gives you, when designers give good critique to other designers, they listen to it halfway. They don't listen to the how to improve part. They listen to the this is bad, and that's it, which is kind of sad. So, yeah, I know how to give critique. I know how to point out things that are not good to today's standard and give you the direction to make sure that it's better the next time. That's what I kind of like to do. But I'm not just telling you, oh, this is shit. I mean, sometimes when Dapshi is doing something, I'm saying that, but that's just because it's Dapshi, you know, that makes sense. Or when it's a corner radius thing on Stoney's website. The thing is about that, honesty doesn't need to be like harsh. It can be just kind honesty. Like, it just happens. Like, based on the person, based on the relationship that I have with that person, the knowledge that I have of that person's skills or abilities, or the past experience that we've had. Like, for example, James, that was in the chat earlier, still in the chat, I don't know. The past website that I've seen have been really good. The new website that I've seen is really good as well. There are some teeny tiny things that I would change, but overall, the fucking website is 10 out of 10, and I wouldn't really change much other than maybe a bit bigger of a font to be more accessible. But that's about it. When I'm seeing something like the examples of the weather app that you had with Centuro, you did something that is kind of dated. He did something that is kind of new, but not accessible. It was better overall compared to the previous thing, so I saw the improvement, and I'm basically piling on. The improvement was good, and here is how you can improve more. Not, you still made mistakes. Like, that's how most designers are listening to critique, and they're like, oh, that's mistakes. That's just bad. Don't do that. Which is not constructive at all. So, yeah, I try to do good critiques, but also it took me like a good 8 years before I could receive critique properly. So I know where it's coming from. Like I've seen firsthand people saying, "Oh, this could be improved," and I'm like, "No, how dare you? I did my best, and my best was shit at the time, but I didn't know." So yeah, yeah. I feel like now I'm just more not detached, but I just want the thing to work rather than the thing to be good looking as a designer. And if we have the time to make it good looking better than what I did in the first attempt, then good. But I want the thing to be as functional and easy to implement and matching the rest of the app as possible from the first go. And then, oh, you want some shiny things here? Do that. Oh, you want some different UI? Let's try something different. But yeah, it's just, I'm just tired. So that's probably why I'm working on product for myself rather than someone else. Probably, I don't know. Just a guess. The thing is, if you take it like this, also, Chris, even though I know that this is a joke from what happened before, but you can also go from the I did that on purpose. This is why I did it. If you don't agree with it, fine, but this is the reason. And if your reason is good enough, the person in the other side should be able to either understand and change position if it is rooted in facts, or you need to understand that the on purpose that you did was kind of bad. But that's it doesn't happen often in the beginning. So yeah, the only thing that I'm kind of sad about working on my project is I'm not getting paid right now, so it's hard. It's hard. No, I'm fine. I had to unlock so much stuff again. It is. It's. I mean, it's not even. Yeah, no, yeah. It's just savings. Like my salary is my savings, so yeah. That's about it. Yeah, I guess the other thing that could happen for you or something for Stony, for example, same kind of idea in my head is you need to pay for the infrastructure that are probably related to your personal projects. So database, structure, management, things like this, where you need to pay for stuff. And as of right this instant, the amount of thing that I'm paying for to build the project, I kind of offset it by the money I make by the project to an extent. Like I might be in a deficit of like $2 per month for like the IDE and all the thing that I'm paying for, compared to the paying customers on the apps that I have. So it evens out. So I'm not really losing money, but I'm not really making money either yet. But now that the apps on iOS and Android are kind of done and stable and multilingual, the only thing that needs to be added is more features and parity features across all apps. But also, at that instant, I am sad to kind of agree with some of you it would be way easier for me to right now just start from scratch again as a centralized, like centralized project using something like React Native or Flutter or something else to just have one code base, so that if I do something that changes, it changes on all platforms at the same times. I know. Would be easier to maintain, but also having like a database with the content, having user login to save progressions, having multi-devices options could be good. But that's also like something that I don't really want to have. Like right now, the thing that I do like about the app is the fact that it is 100% offline, 100% untracked, 100% yours on your device. But as soon as you lose your device, you lose your progress. As soon as you change device, you lose your progress. As soon as you make the mistake of uninstalling the app and reinstalling it, you lose your progress. So that's kind of bad. That's kind of bad. You would retain your purchases, I think. I'm not sure. No, you do. You do retain that. But, you know, that's a thing. That is a thing. Overall. So, that I think is interesting. Then we'll see. We'll see. Nonetheless, that is the project. Yeah, I mean, again, sadly, and I'm really sad about it, the iOS, like Apple gives me a database for free, which hold very simple data and could hold the entirety of the app like this, and it's free. But I don't think I can use that through an Android app. I don't think it could. If it can, it would be amazing. But I don't think it could. So, you know, it has like a I don't it is weird in terms of the not values, but like the numbers that is showing up. There is a 10 petabyte, not 10, 1 petabyte of data for free. Like it is in the free tier. You have the ability to have 1 petabyte of data, which is gigantic, for the entirety of your users. And also, I think it is something like 5 million simultaneous active users, which is massive. So yeah, that's weird things. I don't know much, but you know, we'll see. We'll see. Maybe it works. Maybe it's better. Maybe it's a good idea. I have no clue. I have used LSUI in the past, but I have never used inertia. I don't know what that is, which is interesting. But yeah, that's the potential project. Listen, I don't know. I don't know.
Bad AOA, bad.
I do not know. So yeah. So yeah, that's the overall thing. Overall idea of the streams for the next few months, I guess. Unless again, still, this is also an idea. Yes, it is. Unless I try to do something tomorrow, it breaks to the extent that I figure out that I can't achieve what I'm trying to achieve right now, and I need to learn a lot more before I could, which is also an option, which would delay the creations, but you know, still. Learning on stream is kind of weird for me, still. Teaching new stuff is way easier for me. But again, Mondays are supposed to be learning days, so So, God damn. Oh, I'm so tired. Alright. I guess Zinka is on? Yeah. I think the most annoying thing is the fucking how can I say that? The people that see you do something and basically say, why aren't you doing this? And the answer every time is because I don't know what I'm fucking doing. That's annoying. That is annoying. I could I could Yeah. I mean, I do the opposite. I focus on this chat rather than what I'm doing, and I'm just typing what the chat is telling me. That's not bad. I'm not learning anything. Anyways, the VOD is going to be on YouTube. This was a long ass stream for me. God damn. You can join the Discord if I'm live. No, you can join the Discord if I'm not live and you have a question. That is what I'm saying usually. Anyways, the schedule is as such. I shall be back on Wednesday. And if you want to stalk me online, you can do that same thing. If you want to learn Japanese, highly recommend this. It's coming out on Android soon. And if you want to give me money, you can buy a UI kit or you can sub here. That's not necessary, but also appreciate it. Anyways, take care of yourself. Enjoy the rest of your days. Stream Element, good job. You did good. You did good. Congrats. Congrats. Anyways, eat something, drink something. Be kind to each other, as always. And I will see you all on Wednesday. Bye.